Boom, and we are live. What's up, everybody? We already got a ton of people in the room chatting. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Let me know when you guys can hear me. I know there's a good 30-second lag because of the fact that this technically uses Google Hangouts. So as soon as you can hear me, please, please, please let me know. What's up, what's up, what's up? Let me know when you can hear me, okay? Let me know. Beautiful, beautiful. Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm pumped to hang out with you guys today, the first Monday of the year, and I get to hang out with you guys. I hope you are as excited as I am because I've literally done nothing but think about this for the last several days. Drinking some coffee from my buddy's coffee shop. For those of you that are coming to Tulsa to hang out with me in March, got to go check out some Fairfellow Coffee. Is that not like the coolest logo you've ever seen? Trying to get some good caffeine in me. If it's frozen for anyone, try refreshing because it doesn't seem to be signal is iffy. It's kind of cutting out. Is signal shaky for anybody else? Let me know before we officially get going. Anybody else got shaky signal? Anybody? Holler at me, let me know. I just got a text saying shaky signal, but she wasn't sure if it was hers. Signal okay, good here. Okay, froze for me too. The heck. Good here, yes, froze. Shaky, good here. I can't hear, or let's see here. If it's bad, try refreshing. If it's a little blurry, that may have something to do with what you're watching it on. If you're watching it on your TV, if you're streaming this to your TV, obviously it's going to be a little blurry because it's trying to blow it up to a much larger screen than what it really is. I am just going to go over to my YouTube page and make sure that this is not streaming live there. Make sure that everyone on the planet isn't getting free access to this. So give me just a second to get things kind of squared away here, guys. See, go to my channel. And I do not see anything. Good. All right, we're solid then. Just wanted to make sure this wasn't actually streaming somewhere else because sometimes it does that since it's technically going through different things. Janelle says she's good after refreshing a few times. If it's shaky for you, try refreshing a few times. We do have 168 people on here. However, it is done through Google Hangouts, which hopefully should keep the quality of the actual recording solid, even if the live stream is a little bit shaky for you, if it's a little pixelated. That could have to do with your connection, could have to do with 168 people on here, could have to do possibly with my connection at times. So hopefully this is we can get through here solid with no mistakes. Otherwise I will have to completely re-record it, which would suck. But hey, that's the beauty of being on live, is you're going to get all the content regardless. Okay. Technology is amazing, Daniela. It also just pisses me off sometimes. Okay. So now I'm going to ask, please, phone here. I use my phone for notes, which is probably stupid. I'm going to ask, please try not to text me while I'm recording this unless something is really crazy. Like if you're like, dude, the whole thing just froze out and none of us can get access, then if you have my phone number, please text me. Okay. Love, hate for sure. Definitely. So thank you guys so much for being on with me live today. Before I actually get the training started, just want to go over a couple things just for the live viewers that are on today. Number one, if you haven't noticed, you may have some shaky signal. Try refreshing a few times. If at any time it gets shaky, try refreshing. Also, when I start recording and actually going into the session, I will be trying my hardest to really, really, really ignore your comments. Feel free to comment, okay? Feel free to comment and you guys can kind of interact amongst yourselves. However, the less amount of comments we have, the more likely the stream is to be good quality. Okay. So I don't want you to feel like you can't chat at all. I'm not asking you to not chat. However, I am saying, please don't type stuff in just for the sake of typing stuff in, if that makes sense. Okay. Obviously this is live. It's like we're going through like 5 different modules today. Technically 6 because I'm making a welcome video as well. So there will be some little breaks here and there. I'm gonna have to go tinkle a few times today. At 12:30 Central Time, that's 1:30 Eastern, that's 11:30 Mountain, that's 10:30 Pacific. I'll be taking like a 30-minute lunch break. I'll keep the room open. I will just, I mean, if you guys want to even just hang out and chat while I just step out and eat, that's totally fine. I will keep the room open so that we don't have to like close it down and then reopen the whole room. But I'll step out for like 30 minutes to eat. In between sessions, okay, in between, basically each module is going to be approximately 20 to 30 minutes. However, most of you know me. Sometimes I go a little over. After each module, basically I'll take a little bit break to check in with the chat and kind of, I'm not like promising like a Q&A session per se, because if I had a Q&A session after every module, we would be here until like 2018 and no one would hit their goals this year. So what I will do though is kind of in between modules, kind of check in with the chats. But just please understand that even though this is a live workshop, it's a live recording for the sake of all future people who go through this. So I'm not really going to be like checking in on your guys' comments and answering questions while I'm recording. Does that make sense? This is being recorded. You don't technically have to be here live, okay? If you're registered, you will get the replay emailed to you. I will also be obviously posting this link in the group when it's available. It is live, but it is recorded, okay? The cool thing about the live is just to give you guys access to get it right away, to get it on the spot, and to give you time for implementation, okay? So that's the other thing that we'll be doing is each module is gonna have a little bit of implementation at the end. And I will be giving time for that implementation right here live today. So that's probably the biggest advantage that you have of being on live with me, is obviously getting access to it right away. But also the fact that if you wait for the recording, you're going to be spending all evening tonight filling this stuff out. And during the implementation time, I will be available to answer questions, because that's stuff that will be just completely edited out. Okay. So when we're doing the implementation part, I will give you like a question, and then I will be sitting here kind of giving you guys like 3 to 5 minutes to kind of fill stuff out. And that's the time when I'll be able to interact with you, because that's the stuff that's going to get edited out. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I hope you understand. So during implementation and in between modules is when I will be interacting with you guys. When I'm actually recording the live, I'll be trying my absolute hardest to just stare at that camera so that when people watch it recorded, you don't see Josh doing this, which is really weird, right? And that's something that I've run into with my other trainings, is I recorded them live on Zoom, but I've kind of like was watching people, because that's how I do when I speak. I kind of try to make eye contact with different people, even if it's a recording and it's not technically making eye contact. That's just my style. And so when you watch the recorded videos from The Art of Recruiting, you can just see my eyes just like all over the place. So I'm trying really hard not to do that. Okay. I hope that makes sense. I'm jacked for today, guys. I'm jacked for this group. I'm telling you right now, this group is going to be a game changer for you, for your business, for your team, for your family, for your future. This training, guys, is, and of course, I'll be talking about this more as we go. This is, in my opinion, the most valuable training that I've ever created. The Art of Recruiting is amazing as far as the amount of content that I put into it, as far as all of the different tips and tricks that you have. But I've never put together anything that forces you into action the way this one does. And I love what Micah said, and I'll probably bring this up in one of the modules. Micah Folsom was speaking for one of the groups that I was doing last month for my clients. And I love this little quote that she gave. She said, "Consistency breeds confidence." Consistency breeds confidence. So freaking true, guys. When I first started, I didn't have necessarily a lot of confidence in the business. I had confidence in myself, but not in myself as like a business, as an entrepreneur. The more I did it over and over and over, it began to breed that confidence in me. And that's what this group was designed for. The group was designed to get you doing the right things over and over and over and over. And for some of you, the very first month is going to be tough. It is. But that's why I've created this group and set it up in a way that really is designed to be repeated over and over and over. Guys, please give me 3 to 6 months. Give this group 3 to 6 months and find out what your life could look like by Summit. Okay? I'm asking you to please. I know it costs money. I know it's an investment, but please give this group like 6 months and just see how much your life and your business is transformed. You will be blown away. It'll be incredible. Okay. So as I go, I'm going to kind of be taking notes to make it easier on my video editor of when I'm actually starting a module. So we're about to get going. Going to start off with the welcome video. So obviously the welcome is going to seem kind of cheesy to you because I kind of just welcomed you, but just bear with me. Okay. Just remember that this is also going to be for people who have, like, literally, these are the videos that other people are going to get access to. Okay. So we are at, where's my freaking time on this thing? That's weird. Maybe I won't make video notes. Is the content different month to month? Leslie, no, the content will not be different. It'll be the same content. However, as we go through these modules, you will hopefully see how some of the things will, on your end, get adjusted if you go through it every month. For instance, the goal that you have for this month hopefully is not the same goal you have for next month. Hopefully you're ready to up the game. The activities that you do this month hopefully are not the same activities that you commit to next month, because hopefully next month you're ready to up your game. So the thing is, this is really set up like a coaching session. Okay. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm drawing out of you. Okay. Just like I do with my one-on-one clients. This is literally the closest thing I've ever created for to my one-on-one coaching sessions that I do for people. It is a new charge each month. So here's the thing. And I'll go into this in the group more as the group goes on. It's $150 for those of you that signed up for the very first month. However, the second month, the $150 was really just a special rate to help kind of kick off the group. In the second month, the price is actually going up to $200. So anyone that did not sign up for this month, their first month is going to cost them $200. But for anyone that is a repeat, it's $150. So in other words, if you go through it this month, next month, instead of paying $200 like everyone else will, it'll only be $150. And it'll be $150 for each consecutive month that you do it. Or you can take a few months off and jump back in and still only $150. Basically, if you've ever done the group once, for the rest of your life, you can go through the group at $150. So if you do what you're supposed to do, and if you, we'll get in this in the modules, but if you were on the webinar, you found out about this. If you do what you're supposed to do, then you will get $50 back at the end of the month, plus a split of the pot. What is the pot? The pot is all of the people that signed up for the group and did not do 85% of their activities. Their $50 goes into a pot that gets split between the winners. So right now, I think we have 400 people in the group. There's a pot of like $20,000 for this month, which is just freaking awesome. So every single one of you that does your 85% is guaranteed to get $50 back, plus a split of however much of that pot is available based on how many people don't do their activities, okay? And every single month, you will have the ability to win $50 back plus a piece of the pot every single month, okay? And that to me, that's one of the most powerful parts of this group, is knowing that you get $50 back at the end of the month forces you, I shouldn't say forces you, but makes you more inclined to do what you're supposed to do. So really, if you think about it, let's just say you get $50 back, and let's just say, okay, that your piece of the pot is $25. I'm saying it at an absolute minimum. I'm hoping that it's more than that. But then again, if everybody does what they're supposed to do, that'd be a good thing too, right? So let's just say that every single month you get $75 back of your $150. That means every single month you're paying technically $75 to do 85% of your activities and move your business forward. Is that not rad? That's freaking awesome. Now, if you won a free spot in this group, you are not eligible to win money because obviously people that want a free spot, I can't give everyone money for that didn't pay money. The whole point is you put money, if you contributed money into the pot, then you have the opportunity to win money. However, if you won a free spot in this group, I will still honor the $150 a month moving forward. You'll never have to pay the full $200. Okay. I hope that makes sense. And yes, we'll get into all the details of how this is actually going to work. I promise we'll get into those details. Okay. We'll get into those details and you'll learn more and more and more as we go through each module. Okay. I will get to all that. I promise. But for now, let's get this bad boy rolling. I'm going to try really, really hard not to sip on my water or coffee as I get going. So just getting a few drinks. Yes, I just said a few drinks. I don't even know what that means. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? Are you ready? You ready to go crazy? I hope you are. Oh, one last thing that I want to add before I get started is that this is actually going to be a group. I've had lots and lots and lots of people reaching out to me from other network marketing companies, just other entrepreneurs in general that really want access to my training. This is going to be the first training that I make available to people outside of Beachbody because I know that this group is going to be huge for other people as well. And I want to share that with everyone. I don't want to just limit helping people to just Beachbody. However, we will keep a group going on that is just for Beachbody coaches so that there's some more customized options. You guys, because you guys have been so freaking good to me, I will keep a specific Beachbody only group, okay? Anyone from outside of Beachbody that wants to sign up for this group, I will have a completely different sales page for them. I will have a completely different Facebook group for them. They will have their own stuff that will be a little bit more generic, okay? The thing I love about working with Beachbody coaches is I can literally put things in your language. With that being said, for the first time ever, you're probably going to hear me say things today like, if you are a multi-level marketer or if you are an entrepreneur. In other words, I'm going to try really hard to give, I'm going to try really hard to make these modules in a language that can be for everyone instead of just for Beachbody coaches. I'll be plugging in some Beachbody words and phrases, and I'll probably follow up those words and phrases with something a little more generic, so that my video editor can go in and pull out the Beachbody stuff to put in the modules for my non-Beachbody people. Does that make sense? Does that make, hopefully that makes sense. And I hope that you guys understand that there's a whole world out there that needs access to stuff like this. And as much as I love you guys, I will always provide stuff specifically for you guys. But I will also, I'm going to start creating stuff that anyone can get access to. I have a buddy that's a graphic designer that needs stuff like this. I have some friends that own a coffee shop that need stuff like this. The whole world needs this. Okay. Well, those who are given free access to this group because they purchased a ticket to BYL conference in March, BL. Yes, Tara. Yes. If you paid money, okay. If you paid money, whether you are going to the conference or you're in my mastermind, or just bought a free spot. If you paid money and that's how you got in here, you will be eligible to win money back. That's part of the beauty. That's what made the deal so freaking awesome, is if you bought a ticket for my conference, you got a free spot in here and you can win some of that money back. Pretty legit, okay? The only people who will not be eligible to win money are people who are literally just given a free spot, whether it was from my webinar or some of my one of my clients. We had this really freaking awesome run where a bunch of them won some free spots, okay? But because there were so many of them winning free spots, I didn't think it would be fair for them to take a piece of the pot that you guys contributed to do. Does that make sense? Okay? I'm ready. Sorry if that clap was really loud in your ears, but I'm freaking jacked. And not just because of my coffee. I'm just ready to go, guys. I'm ready to change lives. You guys ready for your lives to be changed? I hope so, because it's happening. All right. Welcome to the very first health bet for your biz, or as I'm calling it, the 1 week month. I am so freaking pumped that you decided to be a part of this group. Today starts a new day on your journey. It starts a new day in your life. This is hands down the most incredible experience that I've ever put together for entrepreneurs to help you to move your business forward and get results. So I hope that you are ready to do that. I hope you're ready to go on a journey with me. I hope you're ready to change your business, to change your family, to change your life, to change your future, because it's about to happen. My name is Josh Coates. For the next 4 weeks, I'm going to be your push coach. I am going to push you to your limits and beyond. I'm going to stretch you. I'm going to challenge you. Sometimes I may frustrate you, but don't worry. Just hang on. We're going to go for a ride, and it's going to change your life forever. For those of you that don't know who I am, again, my name is Josh Coates. I am a trainer on the John Maxwell team. I am founder of a business called Legacy Leadership Coaching, where I do one-on-one mentoring with some of the top multi-level marketers out there, multiple six-figure earners, as well as some seven-figure earners. I run training groups that have grown to over 1,000 a month. And I also speak around the country for live events, encouraging entrepreneurs. This is my mission, is to equip and empower people to live out their legacy. Starting at the beginning of 2017, I have made it my mission to become a push coach, to become your push coach. I am going to stop even calling myself a life coach. I used to call myself a life coach who also did business training and leadership training. Now I'm calling myself a push coach. Because what I have found over the last few years is that I have the most fun when I'm helping people push for a big time goal. If you don't have a big time goal, give me another hour or two of your time. You will have a big time goal, because that's my job. That's what I was born to do. I was born to pull out the dreams that live on the inside of you. I was born to stretch your thinking, to stretch your imagination, to stretch your creativity, and help you live the absolute best life you could possibly dream. In fact, some of you are going to find after doing this for a couple months that your dreams are getting bigger than you ever realized. You're going to realize that there are bigger things than what you ever even thought possible. In this group, I'm going to specifically take you on the same journey that I use with my one-on-one clients when they have a big time goal that they're trying to reach in a short amount of time. In fact, last year I helped one of my clients to reach top 10 in her entire company. And this year I've helped another person who is about to do the exact same thing. Both times, with both instances, we had a very short amount of time to pull off something that was crazy. And through those experiences, I've learned that if I can just give everyone this same kind of urgency, it will force you to have the same kind of focus, and it will force you to get results like you've never had before. In this next 4 weeks, man, I am going to make such an intense level of urgency that you are going to be forced. You're going to be forced to get clarity, to do the right things consistently every single day. And like John Maxwell says, nothing in your life will change until you change something you do every single day. Guys, we are about to change something you're doing every single day. And when we do that, we are going to change your life. So buckle in, get ready, get a cup of coffee, get yourself geared up, because we're about to take your life and your business to a whole new level. My name is Josh Coates, and I am your push coach. I can't wait to spend the next 4 weeks with you. Okay, that's a wrap on the welcome. Hope that got you as pumped as it got me. I have to admit, it's a little awkward just talking to the camera and not talking to you guys. So, water break. There will be lots of awkward pauses today because remember, I'm recording this for live, but also talking to you. So, the next module we're going to do is creating your life vision. And this is going to be the first module that's going to have some implementation time at the end. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through how to create your life vision, which is such a huge part of this. Okay. It's going to be a huge part of this. So take a couple seconds to breathe. Check in with you guys. In between every module, I'll be checking in with you guys just to say hi, give you some live interaction. Man, we got 199 people on here. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for spending your day with me, man. I can't tell you how much it helps to know I have a live audience. Do I read off script, or that was out of my butt? No, not really out of my butt. No, I have a script. I have not, it's not really a script. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. That right there is, whoops. So what I do, and this is maybe a lesson. Oh, it's my Diva light is ruining it. Sorry. There, boom. You can take a screenshot of that if you want. I don't care. So basically what I do is I just think of the main points that I want to make, and I put down my main points that kind of remind me of what the story that I want to tell or a quote that I want to tell. And from there, it's just all straight out of my heart. I do obviously have specific things that I want to say, which is why I just showed you some of the points that I write down, but I really have it more like an outline. I don't have it as, okay, this is word for word what you're going to say. I don't have one of those iPad tricks. You can get a thing for your iPad where it literally will actually, like, you can type it, submit it, and it will actually scroll down the screen and allow you to just read from it. I don't like to do that. This is why I do live videos, is because I love the inspiration on the spot. So I definitely plan what I say. I definitely outline it, but I leave lots of room for live inspiration. Half of the stuff I just said was not in my notes. It's just once I get going, man, I get excited and I let it out. So ready for module 2? This one's going to be the rest of them will be quite a bit longer. The rest of them are going to be basically mini team calls. Okay. I say mini because usually my team calls are like an hour and a half. These are going to hopefully be between 20 and 30 minutes. But again, we will see once we get going. Okay. All right. Let's roll. Welcome everyone to module 2, where we are going to talk about creating your life vision. Now, this is something that I just get jacked about because I am a visionary, man. Since I was a little kid, I have had big time dreams of doing big time things. I didn't always do those big time things. I've kind of been guilty of being a daydreamer in my life. In fact, I literally love to just lay in bed and daydream. And as a kid, as a teenager, even as a young adult, that was maybe one of the things that held me back is I daydream a little too much and don't implement quite enough. So here's the thing. First thing we have to do before I walk you through vision is we have to tackle something that I believe is one of the most misunderstood parts of business and really just life. Okay. And many of you that follow me, if you watch my YouTube videos, if you follow me on my like page on Facebook, which is Legacy Leadership, you've probably heard me say something similar to this, but I've got to walk you through it because I need everyone to understand this horribly misunderstood myth. And that is the myth of motivation. I constantly hear entrepreneurs saying crap like, I just can't get myself motivated. I just don't know what's wrong with me. I don't feel like working my business. Or, I get messages in my inbox, Josh, what is it you do to keep yourself motivated? And here's the thing with motivation, okay? I'm going to give you the secret sauce behind motivation. This is the number one thing that I believe all successful people understand about motivation. You find anyone that's having any type of success, okay? And I don't care if it's in their business, I don't care if it's in their health and fitness journey or in their marriage or as a parent, whatever it is. I promise you, if they are having success, they understand this one magical secret about motivation, and that is there is no such thing. There is absolutely no such thing as motivation. And here's where people really get messed up, okay? Is people are looking for some type of outside source. People are looking for some type of outside source to get them excited, to get them feeling just right or feeling good. They're waiting for the outside circumstances to be the thing they want to be. In other words, comfortable, before they're willing to do it. How many times have we heard people say stuff like this? Like, oh, we want to have kids, but we're just waiting till the time is right. There is not a right time to have a baby. Like 100% not. I've had 4 kids. It wasn't the right time for any of those 4 kids. Okay. It's never the right time to miss out on a whole bunch of sleep and have extra responsibility in your life. Okay. And the thing is, so many of you see high level performers and you think, mostly because you follow them on social media, that they literally roll out of bed with freaking rainbows over the top of their bed and unicorns flying around, and that they literally just wake up feeling amazing. And people say things like this, like, man, if I could just be motivated like that person, if I just had their kind of energy. Here's the thing. Nobody has that motivation naturally. Nobody rolls out of bed in the morning and goes, man, I just feel amazing. I think I'm going to message 1,000 people today and make $1 million in sales. Nobody wakes up feeling like that. In fact, every single morning when I wake up, I feel like absolute crap. I do. Every single morning. I can't remember a single day in my life where I've woke up feeling amazing. I don't like the morning time. I think morning is stupid. If it were up to me, I would just stay up all night and then sleep until noon. I don't do that because I have this thing called responsibility, but I love the nighttime. I don't like the morning. I hate it. I hate it. But here's something that I believe is the true way to what I call inspiration. Okay. Motivation is looking on the outside for something to push you into action. If you wait for something on the outside, here's the problem, guys. You can't control the outside. You can't control if it's a rainy day or a sunny day. Am I right? You can't control if the stocks are up or the stocks are down. You can't control who gets elected for president. You can't control anything on the outside. The only thing you can control is what's on the inside. From the very beginning of my business, I've made this statement that our outward success is an expression of our inward growth. So today I'm going to teach you a few lessons about true inspiration. And if you can just latch on to what I'm about to teach you, you will never, ever, ever again need motivation. You will never need to have something on the outside to get you to push. Now, with that being said, I still surround myself with things on the outside that make me feel good because I like it. I like coffee. I love my pre-workout drink that I have. It's freaking amazing. I like things that make me feel good, but I don't need things that make me feel good. The only thing I need is what's living on the inside, which is two things. Number one is my vision, and number two is my mission. In this module, I'm going to walk you through creating your life vision, which I believe is one of the most powerful things you can ever create. And it's something you'll need to recreate over time as you evolve, as you grow, and as your vision changes. The same things that I want right now are not the same things I wanted a couple years ago. Why? Because I've grown, I've evolved, I've expanded my thinking. The things that I'm now envisioning for my life, 2 years ago, I would have had a panic attack if you would have even told me that those were things that I was going to be responsible for in my life. Now they excite me, and I really hope that 2 years from now, I'm even more excited about something even bigger because I'm constantly growing and evolving. So let's walk you through creating your life vision. Okay. So number one, vision. Our vision is what we really, really want in life. Now, here's the thing that I found. Very, very few people in life know what they really, really want. In fact, on my very first coaching session with people, this is usually one of the very first things that I try to address with people, because I know that the common person, even successful people that I've mentored, even successful people that I work with, the common person has not given themselves permission to really want what they really want. Let me say that again. The common person, even successful people, have never given themselves permission to really want what they really want. We have grown up in a society that is constantly telling us to be satisfied with what we have, to be thankful for what we have, to be grateful for what we have. And in this process, we have taken on a wrong stance, a wrong approach to what our dreams should look like, because people are constantly trying to get us to be satisfied with what we already have. Those same people have never in their life turned down an end of the year raise from their company. Those same people have never turned down more vacation from their company. Those same people are literally waiting for that next 5-year mark to come around so they can get an extra week of vacation and maybe some extra retirement money. People in this world who live average lives and are trying to convince you to live an average life are still wanting something better in their life. They're just not willing to say it out loud because they don't want the responsibility for it. Guys, I'm about to walk you through something that is going to force you to have a higher level of responsibility than you've ever had before. Because it takes no responsibility and it takes no work to be average. And that's why so many people love to be average, because people don't like responsibility. They definitely don't like commitment, and they definitely don't like hard work. But if you signed up for this training, I am assuming, but even more, I am expecting that you want something bigger than average. And I'm about to give you permission to want it. And I'm about to dig out of you what you have been burying inside. You see, on the John Maxwell team, one of the philosophies we teach about coaching is that everyone has everything they'll ever need already living on the inside. And as a coach, it's not my job to necessarily give you something. It's my job to pull something out of you. And I bet that so many of you have this incredible vision living on the inside of you that you just haven't given place for in a really long time. Most of us, as we get older, we kind of choke that out. We think, if I could just get a decent job, if I could just, get one of those jobs where I have like 3 weeks of vacation, wouldn't that be amazing? 3 weeks of vacation? I mean, I guess so. That means you're still doing 49 weeks out of the year, something you're not passionate about. If that's a good life, then go ahead and have your good life. I'll take my life where 52 weeks out of the year, I do the thing I love. And when I want to go on vacation, I do. And most of the time on vacation, I still do some work because I just freaking love it. When I first signed up for the John Maxwell team, my vision, it was so small, guys. It was so small. I told you I'm a dreamer. I've always had huge vision. But here's the thing. I did not believe in myself as an entrepreneur. Okay. Now, I grew up playing sports. I was a really good athlete. I ran varsity track as a freshman. I started varsity football as a sophomore. I'd grown confidence from playing sports. Then I got into music. Around the age of 15, I played music on and off from 15 to probably like 27. From the age of 24 to 27, I was the lead singer and guitar player in a rock band. We traveled around the country. We did some really awesome stuff. It was a blast. That had built up some confidence. But as far as being an entrepreneur, guys, I had no confidence in my ability to grow a business because it was something I just knew nothing about. No one in my life that I personally knew had ever built a successful business. I grew up my entire life in small churches where I saw a lot of people that wanted to grow, but just to be honest, they just never did. They talked about, expanding the church and getting bigger, and it just never happened. I grew up in a family full of preachers. Nothing wrong with preachers. I love them to death, but they just were not business people, okay? People at my church, to be honest, weren't really business people. Maybe there was one or two, but I've just never known anyone in my life that was what we would consider successful. Now, I know that's a very loose term and can be taken many different ways. There's many different areas of your life. Let me give you my definition of success, okay? My definition of success is when you can do the thing you absolutely love and make a whole bunch of money doing it. Now, everything in life isn't about money, but you know what? The other day, I gave a really fat check in the offering at my church, something I could have never done if I didn't have money. A couple days ago, I was at a coffee shop. Their credit card machine was down, so I paid for the coffee of every single person in line because I happened to have a decent amount of cash with me, and I knew that it's possible that everyone else showed up without cash. I don't always carry cash, so I paid for everyone in line. I couldn't do that before I had money. Everything in life is not about money, okay? However, you can only help people so much if you don't have it. Before I had money, I could help people by contributing my time. But you know what? The other day I gave away a laptop. I couldn't do that without money. I couldn't do that with my time. No amount of time serving people can give them a physical thing, a tangible thing that they can then use as a resource in their life. And I don't say any of this to brag, okay? I've got a long ways to go. I got a lot more stuff that I want to give. But I'm just trying to paint a picture to you of what I believe success. And if you want to have your own definition, that's totally fine. But I want to ask you for a second. I just want to challenge your thinking for a second to be okay with success, including money. Like John Maxwell says, money can never make you happy, but it does give you options. It gives you a lot of options, and it takes a lot of stress out of the back of your brain when you're doing things, okay? So my definition of success is doing whatever you love, doing the thing that sets your soul on fire, and making lots of money doing it, okay? And I did not know anyone in my life that had a life that looked like that. Now, I had been listening to podcasts from people like Lewis Howes, who I absolutely love. The dude is amazing. I've been listening to podcasts from people like Grant Cardone. Obviously, I listened to some stuff from John Maxwell. That's why I joined his team. So I was starting to kind of catch a vision and a picture of the fact that that could be possible and that that was actually a thing. But I didn't really believe in it yet. When I joined the John Maxwell team, here's what I believed. I believed I could be a better leader and a better person that could help serve my church and that could help create some growth at the local church that I served at. And that was as far as my vision went. That was it, guys. That was it. Now, as I got onto the John Maxwell team and I started listening to all this training from people like the president of the John Maxwell team, Paul Martinelli, who lives down the street from Celine Dion. I started listening to Roddy Galbraith, who the speaker trainer. I started listening to all these people who had created these awesome freaking lives. And I started thinking, why couldn't I do that? You know what? Maybe I could do something. Maybe my life and my vision goes beyond just helping my local church grow. And that's when I decided I wanted to, I had always had the heart of an entrepreneur, but again, not really the belief that I could actually make it happen. And I started to believe in something bigger. And this was my first belief, guys. My first year in business, my belief was if I work hard enough, I can quit my full-time job and I can do what I love for a living. Now, at that time, I wasn't even thinking about making a lot of money because to me, to be honest, I was making between $40,000 and $50,000 a year. To me, if I could just even break even and make that amount of money doing what I loved, I'd be happy. I would be incredibly happy. That's where my vision started, was I just want to quit my job and do what I love. Some of you know my story. The very first year, that was not going so well. I signed 2 clients, made about $500 in an entire year. But my second year, I actually started to live by the principles that I'll be teaching you throughout these modules that we're about to walk through. My second year, I actually built enough income that part-time, my second year in business, working for myself part-time, I actually matched the income I was making at my full-time day job. And that's when I caught a vision for holy crap. I can do what I love for a living and build an amazing lifestyle for my family and do something amazing for the community and have the resources to bless all of the people in my life that have always wanted to do something for, but I just never could. To be honest, I was always the one needing money. I was always the one asking for the money. I was, and I don't want to make it sound like I was a mooch, because that wasn't the case. I only asked if I really needed it, but just to be honest, it was a pretty normal occasion, okay? I had not done very well for myself financially. And so I started catching a vision of I could be the person that helps other people when they need it. I could be the person that does all of the things for my children that I dreamed of having when I was a child. And I really caught a vision for something bigger. So in my 3rd year of business that just ended, as I'm recording this live at the beginning of 2017, as at the end in my 3rd year, okay, that just ended, I actually 10x'd my income from year 2. In other words, the income that I used to make full-time detailing cars in my 3rd year of business, I 10x'd it. And I created something beyond what I had ever even envisioned, beyond what I even really believed was true. But here's the thing. At the beginning of 2016, I gave myself permission to want something that big. And even though I didn't 100% believe it was possible, and to be honest, at the beginning of December, I didn't think I was going to be able to pull it off. Turns out I pulled it off. I reached my official 10x goal at about 8:30 p.m. on December 31st. Now, if I would not have allowed myself to dream that big, there's no way I would have ever got anywhere close to that. This year, guess what I'm doing? I'm setting the bar even higher to a number that scares the crap out of me again, makes me want to crap myself, because I give myself permission to dream big. Now, I told you all of that to just show you how your vision evolves over time, which is why I really, really, really believe that this group repeated will be so valuable to you, because if you repeat this group every single month, you're going to be challenged with what you've already wrote down as your vision. You may find out that a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now, the original life vision you had wrote down is just not enough, guys. I went from just wanting to have a New York Times bestseller, which I still have not done yet, but I will be doing soon, I promise, to now I want to give you just a little briefing on what my life vision has evolved to. When I sat down in the middle of December of 2016, I started rewriting my life vision. It's something that I redo, okay? And these words came out of me. I want to create a movement that changes the way we look at politics, religion, education, and careers. And I wrote those words down and I said, holy crap. Because guys, a year ago, I was not thinking about starting a movement that changed the world. I was just thinking about creating a bigger business. I was thinking about creating a bigger business that provided resources, that provided jobs, that did really awesome stuff. And I think I did that. I did some really cool stuff. But because I've allowed myself to grow and I've allowed myself to keep dreaming, now I'm looking at starting a movement that's going to change the world. It's no longer enough to just train entrepreneurs. It's no longer enough to just make a lot of money. It's no longer enough to just go on our dream vacation. My vision is growing and expanding. And here's the beauty of it. And this is why I've told you all of this to get to this point that I'm about to make right now. When you create your life vision, it should be so big that it actually forces you into bigger action and bigger planning than you've ever had to do before. This sets up everything I'm about to walk you through. I'm about to walk you through how to set an end of the year goal. I'm about to walk you through setting a monthly goal, a weekly goal, daily activities, and how to create proper accountability. I'm about to walk you through this system that is going to change your life forever. But it all starts with knowing what you really, really want in your life. Because too many people are trying to just be motivated by an end of year goal, by a rank advance, by a certain sales number. And I promise you this, when the going gets tough and you are challenged, which I promise is going to happen very, very soon, and you are tempted to quit, no rank advancement in the world is going to keep your soul on fire. You are not going to wake up in the morning and make yourself do the things you know you need to do because of a rank advancement or a sales number or anything else. When you get a hold of your life vision, the thing that you want your life to stand for, the thing that you want to produce and leave behind for your kids and their kids. This is something that is so deep in you. This is true inspiration. And when it's tough and you've got a kid throwing up all over you or peeing all over the wall like mine do. I got 3 boys. That happens a lot. Or you know, whatever challenge happens in life, or maybe you get laid off from work, or maybe your boss is a jerk and you just had the worst day of your life. When all of this crap comes against you and you're faced with crawling back into your comfort zone or continuing to move forward, I promise you, your life vision is the thing that's going to keep you excited, is the thing that's going to allow you to stare obstacles in the face and say, I'm not giving up. Because there's no rank advance in the world, there's no sales number in the world that's worth all the crap you're about to go through, guys. My first year in business was so freaking hard. Some of you watching this video right now, some of you are in the same place I was in that first year, where you are just doing everything in the world to just try to make one step forward. And it's hard. And one of the reasons it's hard is because you really don't even know what you're fighting for. Now, that doesn't mean that knowing what you're fighting for makes it magical or easy, but it gives you the purpose and the reason you need to keep fighting on. Some of you have some great momentum going right now. And you're saying, I don't struggle with motivation. I'm good. Good. I'm glad. You're probably one of those self-motivated people, kind of like myself, who grew up and had some great disciplines put into you. But here's the thing. If you do not get a hold of your life vision, you'll find yourself with time getting burnt out. And that's the thing about having a life vision, is guys, not saying you won't go through rough patches, because you will. But when you understand what you really, really, really want in life, there's just no room for burnout. And I've seen so many people that are self-motivated individuals that build something and create something amazing, but in the process, they burn themselves out because they didn't know what they were really fighting for. The third person that I may be speaking to today is someone that's in that burnout phase right now. And you've pushed and you've created something great, but you're finding yourself stuck because you're going, Josh, I've already created so many great things. And now I'm just kind of good. And I don't really know how to get myself motivated again. Let me tell you how to get yourself motivated again. I hate that word, but you know what I'm talking about. Dream bigger than you've ever dreamed before. You say, Josh, but I already have a huge house and I already have a boat and I already have this and that and I'm in the millionaire club. Isn't it kind of selfish to dream bigger? No, it's not. It is selfish not to dream bigger. In fact, I was just thinking about this the other day when I gave away my laptop. If I don't continue to raise the bar and take myself to a higher level, there are so many people who need the things that I'm going to grow through and grow to as resources in their life that will be left out. Let me give you a perfect example. Right now, I have 1 full-time employee for my business, and I have 2 different people that I outsource things to kind of on a need-to-do basis. Now, the money that I made this last year was incredible. We could totally be happy living off of that kind of money for the rest of our lives and kind of, to be honest, do whatever we want. If I don't push myself to the next level, I won't need a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and beyond employee. Those are people who will continue to have to work a lesser job. I take really good care of my employee. She's my sister. I don't even like to call her my employee. She's really a part of my team. She does so freaking much. I get on camera and do stuff like this. She does everything else. I take care of this. I take care of my posting on my social media and my Facebook ads. And man, she takes care of everything else. I'm so, so, so blessed by my assistant / office manager / do everything else in the world for me, including keep me from losing my head. Love, love, love my sister Lish. But there are so many more people out there that need an awesome job with an employer, whatever, who actually respects them and cares about them, gives them bonuses, appreciates them. There's too many people out there that need the growth in our lives. It's if you've gotten what you really need in life, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in our next module on creating your life mission. But if you've got what you need to be happy and to function and enjoy life, good. Go to a new level and create more resources to help more people get what you have. Let me end before we go into our implementation time with just one simple analogy that I really, really, really love. John Maxwell, who is my mentor, he has wrote over 80 personal development books now. Over 80. I mean, the guy just blows me away. Now, here's the thing. Because he has set the bar so high, people who sign up on the John Maxwell team are thinking, man, now I don't know if I could be the next John Maxwell, but if he wrote 80 books, surely I can write like 5 or 10 books. Now, here's the thing. John Maxwell has made millions upon millions of dollars. He could have settled down years ago and stopped writing books and stopped creating resources because he didn't want to be selfish and make too much money. If he would have, let's say John Maxwell only wrote 10 books. Let's say he stopped after 10. People on the John Maxwell team would say, man, I can never go to John Maxwell's level, but maybe I could write 1 book, maybe. Now, do you see how the bar he set creates the standard by which everyone else is willing to live up to? Most people, there are a few of us that are exceptions, because I'm not thinking about how do I come close. I'm thinking about how do I bypass John Maxwell. I know that sounds crazy. You may even think it sounds cocky. I don't care, guys. I dream big. That's what I do. That's why I teach this crap, because I live it. But in most cases, most people are not willing to live up to the level of their leader. However, the level that the leader sets and raises will always raise what their followers are willing to believe. See, I just told you that I 10x'd my income this last year. A lot of you are not ready to believe that you could 10x your income. However, because I said that I 10x'd my income, instead of just trying to increase your income by 15%, some of you are going, man, I don't know if I can 10x, but I bet I could 2x. Do you see how me raising the bar causes your belief level to come up, which actually causes you to raise your own bar higher than you would have if I had not raised it for you? Never, ever, ever think that dreaming bigger and going for the stars is selfish. It is only selfish not to dream bigger and not to shoot for the stars. Because if you're not pushing for something bigger, you are not inspiring the world around you to push for something bigger. And for me personally, I believe that's the reason I was born. I was born to inspire other people to live their absolute best life. So you better believe, until I die, until they bury me in the grave, I will be pushing for something bigger and better, not because I need it, but because you need it. And I'm committed to helping you continue to raise the bar. So let's walk you through creating your life vision. As I do this, I'm going to ask some just very simple questions. You're actually going to be blown away at how simple these questions are. And feel free, as you're watching this recording, when I ask the question, to go ahead and pause it. Give yourself 3 to 5 minutes to kind of work through the question. and then unpause it when you're ready to move on to the next one, okay? Number one, if I could remove all barriers, what would you want your life to look like 5 years from now? What would you do? Where would you go? And what would it feel like? If I could personally step into your life and into your imagination and remove all obstacles that could possibly exist, okay? In other words, you can just walk and go wherever you want. There's nothing in the world standing in your way. What would your life look like 5 years from now? What would you do? Where would you go? What would it feel like? Okay, so on the live, I'm actually going to give you guys 3 to 5 minutes to go through and answer these questions as I go. And if you have a question during this time, it's totally okay to ask those questions, okay? I'm actually going to type it up in here. I'll have this available later in the files section of the group, but I'm going to literally type up the questions after I ask them so that if you want for now, you can copy and paste it into something. If you've got it wrote down, it's totally fine. Yeah, I'm actually right now, Michael, I'm typing it up for you. There we go. You guys can feel free to copy and paste that. And again, I'll make all of this available in the files sections later. Can you give an example? Yes, Leslie, I can give an example. Now, let me actually clarify something for you guys. Remember, this is not necessarily creating your business vision per se. This is creating your life vision. Okay. So some of you, and it can include your business. That's okay. It's okay to include your business, but don't limit yourself to your business. So let me give you an example just from my own perspective. If I could remove all barriers, what would you want your life to look like 5 years from now? Me personally, if you could remove all barriers 5 years from now, and this is going to sound crazy to some of you, and that just don't try to duplicate my vision. This is where I'm at now. Okay. I want to be a multimillionaire. I want to have several best-selling books. I want to be training thousands of entrepreneurs a month. I want to be taking my family on literally the vacations of their dreams. I want to take my wife to Bora Bora. Apparently, Beachbody won't take me, even though I'm helping people go top 10, they won't take me, which sucks. I want to pay cash for everything I do. I want to live in a house that's big enough to have everything we want, but paid for in cash, not a bunch of debt. I want to give to my community thousands of dollars. Does that make sense? So it's not just limited to, well, I just want to train, have a big business. It's literally the life that I want to create. Part of that is my business, but part of that has to do with what I want to be doing for my family, for my community, for my health, different things like that. Let's see here. I would have my parents retired and be my assistant and take them out to their hole that they're in. Money will not be an issue. Yes, I love that. That's perfect. That's perfect. I'm going to give you guys just another minute or two. My wife's about to leave for lunch, so perfect time to have a little break before I ask the next live question. Someone's going to have fun going through and editing this whole thing for me. Yes, love that. Love that. Pay cash for life. Give to my church so that their work can be furthered. I don't know. Did it freeze? I don't think it refreezed. Being a 37-year-old stay-at-home dog mom. Love that. Retire, travel, and do philanthropy. Nice. I want to match my hubby's income. Some of my goals just scared the Shiza. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I like it. But it's great. Good. They should scare you. I mean, they really should. Because that shows that we're tapping into the true inside and not what's up here, what people have programmed you to think. One of my favorite quotes from Christian Simpson, who is our life coaching mentor on the John Maxwell team. He says, until you make the subconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you'll call it fate. Until you make the subconscious conscious. Okay. What we're doing right now is we're taking what already lives inside of you and just making you consciously aware of it. This is the most uncomfortable thing I've ever done. That's awesome, Jacqueline. I love it. I love making people uncomfortable. If you haven't noticed, that's my favorite thing in the world to do. Relocate to Florida, support my husband, Paris for my birthday. That sounds awesome. Pay off daughter's college loans, pay it forward to others that can't see it for themselves yet. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Living in my custom built house in Millions Club, going on vacation 2 to 3 times. Oops. Not worrying about cash, saving for kids' college funds. Yes. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Public speaker, best-selling author, icon in the breast cancer community. I love that, Christy. That's awesome. Want to not fear. Oh, it just went down on me. Recurrence every day. Not to fear. Oh, there we go. Pay off our home and have my husband retire from the military. Yes. Want to pay off my dad's home. It will feel free. Beautiful. I love this stuff, guys. I love this. No, you do not need to type it in here, Jackie. People are just doing it for fun, which is totally cool. Totally cool. It's totally up to you. So you guys are already seeing how freeing this is. See, most people are scared to death of doing it because they're afraid of the bondage it brings. And when they say bondage, what they really mean is they're afraid of the commitment they're going to have to put in and the work they're going to have to put in. I'm going to hand my keys to my wife real quick. I'll be right back. Need keys? Yeah,
text me if you want something from Chick-fil-A or Slim. I'm going both.
Okay, cool. Love you. Nice to meet you. Nice. Oh, they're going to the movie? Nice. Love you guys.
Take a bus to go see Moana.
Oh, cool. Have fun, guys. All right. Sorry, wife is taking the kids somewhere. It's exactly right, Christy. You are in bondage right now if you're not dreaming. Exactly. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, about to start right back up, okay, with the next question. Just putting in my order for my salad from Chick-fil-A. Anybody else love Chick-fil-A salads? Oh, I forget what it's called, but I get the one that's got the strawberries in it. Comes with like the granola you put on top. Woo, that's good stuff. Okay. Okay, question number 2. What are a few things you've always wanted, but have thought to yourself, I don't need those things, or that's too extravagant? Question number 2. What are a few things you've always wanted, but have thought to yourself, I don't need those things, or that's too extravagant? All right, I'm going to give you guys a few minutes. Now, I will type the question in here. Monica, everyone else is saying it's not freezing. It is possible it's due to questions. It's possible it's your internet connection. It's looked pretty solid on my end. You can try refreshing though. There are a few things you've always wanted, but have thought to yourself, I don't need those things. Life is not about just getting the things you need, guys. It's about getting what you want. Or that's too extravagant. Oh my gosh, too extravagant. What will people think of you? I literally just walked through that. Spelled extravagant wrong, sorry. I literally just walked through that when we bought this brand new 4Runner. Was that a week ago? Maybe 2 weeks ago? I don't remember now. I literally went through that because I did not plan on buying a brand new car. It was for our second car. I was just going to get a nice car, but wasn't planning on spending that kind of money. And I really, really wrestled with it internally. Like, Josh, do you really need a brand new 4Runner? Do you really need that? And all of these stupid voices in my head started trying to talk me out of doing something that I can 100% afford. But I had all these voices in my head. Oh, Josh, like, what are people going to think of you when you're driving around 2 new cars? What are people? Oh my gosh, you're spending all this money. And I had to just say, you know what? Shut up. I don't have to live my life based on what other people think or care. The people in my life that matter. Okay. Take this in because this is probably not going to be in the recording except for this very first live group. The people in your life that matter will always be inspired by your success. And the people who are offended by your success really don't matter. And I don't say that to be mean. I don't say that to be a jerk, but it's true. The people that are offended by your success do not matter. A bowling alley. That's awesome. A bowling alley in your house. That sounds pretty rad. Why not? You know what? Guys? When I was a kid, I told my parents, I was really into sports as a kid. I told my parents that I was going to be in the NBA and that I was going to build a big, huge mansion. And that my parents, I told them I wasn't going to get married. For some reason, there's this awkward state in life as a kid where you don't want to be married. I told them I'm not going to get married. I'm going to build a big, huge mansion that you guys can live in, and you can just take care of the house for me. You'll never have to work another day in your life. That's the kind of dream I had as a kid. But as you turn into an adult, responsibility comes on and we stop dreaming. Guess what? I started having those dreams again. Not the not being married part. I'm not getting rid of my wife. But dreams of taking care of my parents. Neither of them are in a place where they're really in position to retire. And man, I'm already thinking about how do I retire my dad? How do I retire my dad? I got to think so big that I want my parents to be able to enjoy the success that they helped me create, man. My parents supported me my whole life. They worked their butts off for me. I want to pay it back to them. Okay. I'm souped up. My souped up Jeep for this mama. I like it. I actually wanted a Grand Cherokee really bad, but they don't have third rows. So I settled. I didn't settle. So I decided to get a 4Runner because it has a third row. And the thing is freaking amazing. I actually asked my wife to run errands. I'm like, is there anything you need from the store? She's like, you just want to drive the 4Runner, don't you? I'm like, yes, I do. I'm like praying for snow because I want to go out and play in the snow. I've never owned a vehicle with 4-wheel drive. So I'm like literally praying for, I'm hoping this next weekend when I'm in Kansas City, it snows. Which, by the way, speaking at Super Saturday in Kansas City, hanging out with Deb and Raina, and then also going to my very first Kansas Jayhawk game. If you're not a sports fan, you won't get it. It's okay, but I'm jacked about it. Since I grew up in Wichita, Kansas, huge sports fan. So I'm the biggest Kansas Jayhawk fan on the planet. And while I'm there next weekend, I bought tickets for me and my buddy to go. We got awesome seats. It's going to be incredible. See, when you dream big, guys, it creates really cool stuff that you never thought you were going to get to do. Allison, yes, I'll see you in KC. In the KC. Come visit you. You have 6 feet of it. Oh, I'm guessing you're talking to someone else. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next question. Yes, rock chalk, baby, rock chalk. I cannot wait to see the fog in person. If you're not from Kansas, you have no idea what I'm talking about. That's okay. Buy season tickets for the Penguins. That sounds cool. I think next year I'm going to buy season tickets for OU football. Even though I'm a Jayhawk fan, OU is like an hour away, and I love football. And Kansas doesn't really play football. We kind of have a team, but we don't really ever show up for games. Buffalo, so I just have to come to Buffalo? Okay. What is the weather in Oklahoma in March? It's weird. In March, we get either a random, super random, really cold season right before it transitions into spring, or sometimes it just goes straight into spring without we won't know until March gets here. It's the weather in Oklahoma and Kansas both are like the weirdest thing in the world. Okay, next question, or we'll be here all day. Okay, so question 3. What would it feel like to wake up every single day with the things you described in number 1 and 2? What would it feel like to wake up every single day with the things you just described in number 1 and 2? Take just a second to write that down, okay? Just a second to write down the feelings you're going to, when you imagine this life that you're going to have, okay? What kind of feelings start to overtake you? I'm going to type it in here. What would it feel like to wake up every day? Things you described in 1 and 2. And I would be willing to bet, that none of you write down, it feels terrible, I feel horrible, I feel ashamed, I'm such a bad person. Sharon said, what if deep down I don't believe I can have these extravagant things I want? Sharon, none of us do. None of us. My whole first year of business, I did not believe that 3 years later we would have a Honda Odyssey that we paid cash for and a brand new 4Runner and going on our dream vacation. No one fully believes. And that's why I mentioned that quote at the beginning that Micah Folsom said, that consistency breeds confidence. Okay. You don't have to 100% believe you're capable of any of it. You just have to be willing to write it down and say it out loud and put yourself into action working toward it. The more you do the things that we're going to go through in these other modules, the more you'll begin to believe. Okay? Okay, I'm going to try to go through these last two because it's already 12:25. We've already been on here for almost an hour and a half, and I really want to get through one more module before I stop to eat. Okay, so feel free to eat. Obviously, you're not on camera. Eat anytime you want, but I want to get through one more module before I eat. But I've got 2 more questions to ask for this module. Okay. All right, so question 4. Why not you? If someone is going to make that money, build that house, go on that vacation, pay off that debt, why shouldn't it be you? And let me take it one step further because I know this is about to hit the heartstrings. Why shouldn't it be your family? Let me read that again for you. Why not you? And on my paper, I have that in all caps. Why not you? If someone is going to make that money, that money is going to exist whether you make it or not. If someone is going to build that house, somebody's going to buy that property, somebody's going to build that house. If someone is going to go on that vacation, pay off that debt, why shouldn't it be you? Why shouldn't it be your family? See if I can type that in here. That was kind of a long one. Why not you? Someone is going to make that money. It's out there, whether you make it or not. Build that house. Go on vacation. Pay off that debt. Dang, Raina, you type way faster than me. Why shouldn't it be you? Why shouldn't it be your family? Let me just say this. Some of you, like me, have been brought up in a home where it's not 100% accepted to think like this and to imagine like this. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do, because this is something that I did for myself. I'm going to ask you to really lean into that last part of the question. Why shouldn't it be your family? When you're trying to think big and dream big, sometimes it's so hard to think, am I really worthy of that? Do I really deserve that? But if we just turn the table for 1 second, just take 1 second and put it on your spouse and put it on your kids and ask if they deserve that, I bet you 1,000,000% believe that your spouse, unless you're, in a rough situation right now with your spouse, and your kids deserve everything you just wrote down. For some reason, we really, really struggle to believe that we're worth what we really want deep down inside. And that's why, for me personally, this is something that I've always done. I start to think about this life vision and what it will create for my family. Because even if I'm not worth it, even if I don't deserve it, I 100% believe that my wife and my children do deserve all of this. None of you would ever look at your kid in the eye and say, I'm sorry. I wanted to create a dream life, but I really didn't feel like you deserved it. None of us would ever say that. We would only say that to ourselves. We'd never, ever, ever believe that about anyone else, which is kind of sad, and which is why we really need to work on our own personal self. But if you need it for fuel and motivation like I do, start to think of it as the life vision you're creating for them and not so much for you. To be honest, for me, I would be 1,000,000% happy to live the rest of my life just doing what I love and not even having extra money, because I just love it. As long as I was getting by and getting to do this, I'd be happy. The life vision I've created is way more about my family than it is about me. I just happen to get to enjoy it. So I hope that helps you. Okay. Are we supposed to be answering that like there is no reason it can't be me if I do what I need to deserve this and this could happen for me? I don't 100% understand your question, Cora. Are we supposed to be answering that like there is no reason it can't be me if I do what I need to deserve this and this could happen for? I don't completely understand the question, Cora, the wording of it. Can you maybe ask that again and reword it a little bit for me? It's possible that I'm stupid. This is to be honest, it's a little more of a it's not, I'm not necessarily asking for a paragraph answer on this one. This question is more about just getting you to think about that, just literally thinking about that. If that money is going to go to someone, why wouldn't you want it for you and your family? If someone's going to take that vacation, why in the world wouldn't you want you and your family? In other words, the whole point of the question is to just get you to see. Some people are really, really, really weirded out by the idea of having a lot of money and having a life that they love. And I'm just trying to get you to understand that that money is going to exist whether you get it or not. Okay? It's there. If you don't want it, that's fine. Someone else will get it, whatever. But why not you? Why not? Okay. Okay. And the very last question that I have for you guys, question number 5, which really isn't a question. It's more of a challenge. Write down the voices that have tried to talk you out of these things before and how you will respond to them from now on. I want you to write down the voices in your head. Okay. I personally had voices that were saying things like, you've never had a successful business. You can't do this. You don't have business experience. You're just a punk kid that plays in rock bands. You're just a preacher's kid. Those were the voices that were speaking to me, trying to talk me out of these things. And I want you to write down how you are going to use your answers from these questions to respond to those voices. Let me type that in here. Write down the voices that have tried to talk. And some of you have been giving those voices over here in the chat. I've been hearing those voices come up like crazy. That have tried to talk you out of these things before. And how you will respond to them from now on. If I work at it, there is no reason it can't be me. I deserve it as much as the next person. That is exactly what I'm trying to get you to understand, Cora. That if you're willing to work for it, there's no reason in the world it can't be you. Because you absolutely deserve it just as much as the next person. Okay? If I can have something like this, you can have something like this. I'm not some perfect person with no flaws. I don't have some like 100% character or morals or values. I'm just a person who wanted more for myself and my family and wanted to do something awesome for the world. And we'll talk about that more in a sec in our mission module, okay? Write those voices down because we all have those voices, and I want you to be prepared for those voices, okay? I want you to be prepared for them because they're coming, man. They're coming. I have mom guilt that makes me feel like we don't need this, and I want to raise respectful kids. I can raise respectful kids and provide a life. Yes. Yes. Love, 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 love. Remember what Grant Cardone says, there is no or, there's only and. Okay. You can't raise respectful kids without also providing something incredible for them. You can't. Now, you can raise, I just hear me out for a second. Okay. You hear me out for a second. You can raise respectful kids, okay, giving them integrity and giving them character, right? That's the things we're trying to hopefully put into our children. How does giving them money take away character or integrity? It doesn't, unless you give them money instead of character and integrity. But why does adding money take away character or integrity? It doesn't. In fact, one of my favorite things that I've ever heard said about money is money does not change people. It doesn't. It simply exposes who they really are. If you are a person with awesome character and awesome integrity, you give that person money and they'll do really good things with that money. You take someone who is selfish and manipulative and you give them money and they'll just continue to be selfish and manipulative, but with money to use in advance as well. Money does not change you, okay? It simply draws out who you really are. My kids, in fact, I just gave them like a 5-minute speech in the other day in the car. They were complaining about something and I don't remember what they were complaining about. And I was like, I turned off the music. I was like, listen, guys, I need you to understand how blessed we are. I said, Christmas just passed by and literally 3 years ago, we couldn't even afford to buy you presents. Now, you may not have noticed because grandma and grandpa bought you presents, but we couldn't even afford that. There are kids all over the world who did not have an awesome Christmas like you did. There are kids who can't go on vacations like you do. And I'm just trying to remind you how blessed our life is. And I want you to know, we do not have this life because we're lucky. We don't have this life because God put magic pixie dust on us. We have this life because mommy and daddy, we chased the passion and the vision that we had in our heart. And we worked really, really, really hard to get what we have. That's why we're blessed. And I just want you to understand why we're blessed. And I want you to understand that we're blessed because I need you to know that this is not normal life. This is not the kind of life you get from just waking up in the morning and just doing your thing. This is the only way you get this life is by doing extra things, going above and beyond what most people are willing to do. And when you do that, your life is incredibly blessed, but we can never, ever, ever take that for granted. I don't want you to ever think that this is just normal and just treat, this awesome lifestyle we have like it's not anything big. I want you to respect and I want you to value the lifestyle we've created. And remember, there's a lot of other people out there that don't get to live like this. And it's our job to live like this, to help other people to one day live like this. So anyways, I know that was a long rant, but I try really hard to remind my kids, hey, like this isn't just normal, okay? And all of my kids already know that when they grow up, they are going to start their own business. They all know that. They all know that one day they're gonna start their own business and they're gonna create their own awesome lifestyle. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back into recording mode just for a second to close out this module. Then I'm going to go pee and then we're going to do module, the next module, which is on creating your life mission. And then I'm going to take a short lunch break. I will eat really fast, maybe sip a little coffee, and then we'll be right back at it. Okay. For those of you who won not one, but you on the night of that very first webinar, I made an announcement that if you bought a VIP ticket to my event that night, you were going to get a special coaching mastermind group when this whole thing was done. So I haven't forgot you. I promise. I believe my assistant sent you out a link to my Zoom line. When all of this is all finished up and wrapped up, I'll take like a 15 or 20 minute break to probably drink some Shaco or get some calories in me or something. And then I'll hop on that Zoom line and we'll go at it together. Okay. So please don't think that I forgot about you. I have not. Took my computer to the bathroom. That's awesome. Okay. All right, back in recording mode. All right, so I hope that these questions really, really, really challenged you. I hope they took you to a place that you may have never been before or maybe haven't been there in several years. I hope that what I really did was took you to your inner child. You see, as children, we're willing to believe anything. We're willing to dream big. We don't feel guilty about dreaming big as children. We want the absolute best. I believe that we were born wanting the absolute best, and society is simply trying to talk us out of that and program us to just be average. And everyone around us, because they don't want something better, they're constantly trying to pull us down for wanting something better. Why? Because it's not fun to see other people pass you up in life. So I hope that I've really, really challenged you. And now I want you to know that I can help you make those things happen. The rest of the modules that we're going to go through, I'm going to be teaching you specific ways to make that dream life happen. I promise you, you may not feel like it. You may not feel like it's possible. You may not feel like you're worthy. But let me just give you permission to want it all. Not in a selfish way, not because you just want to be stinking. I know I've mentioned money many times, but this is not really about money, guys. This is about purpose. This is about freedom. This is about priorities. This is about having opportunities and options for yourself, for your family, and those that you will create for the world around you. We're going to make that life happen. If you will just trust me and trust this process. And I just want to remind you that this is why I believe this group was created to be done over and over and over, because 30 days is not enough to change your life. 30 days is only enough to change your habits. But here's the thing. Changing your habit does not necessarily equal the results that you want unless you continue the habit. 30 days is enough to change your habits, but if you want to change your life, you have to be willing to continue your habits. I'm about to walk you through several modules where I'm going to help you set up a game plan to tackle this life and create the week, the month, the year, and the life that you have dreamed of. I'm asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to trust this process that I've walked through myself and I've walked other people through and seen incredible success. So hang with me and make me a promise right now that you're going to get through the rest of these modules. You're not going to quit because it's a little bit of a lengthy process, or maybe it's a challenging process. Make me a promise that you're going to go through all of these modules, that you're going to write out the answers to your questions, that you're going to take time to plan these things out, and that you are all in on this group to implementing everything that you're learning. I need you to promise that this group is just going to be the start of a new life for you. My name is Josh Coates. I am your push coach, and I am pumped to spend the next 4 weeks and beyond with you. All right, guys, I hope you are ready. Type in here that you promise. Make me a promise right now, okay? I'm going to go pee real quick, and then we're going to hit up module number 2, okay? I'll be back in a sec. Oh, lots of promises going on. Lots of promises. Is it break time? It's pee time. I have to take pee breaks here and there, guys. I drink lots of water and lots of coffee, so I pee a lot. We're going to go through one more module, and then I'm going to take what I thought was going to be a 30-minute lunch break, but because that first module kind of took a lot of time with just announcing all the live stuff, I'll probably just eat in like 5 or 10 minutes and then come right back on, okay? Obviously, you're welcome to break anytime you want or to eat while you're watching or whatever, okay? Can't tell you how hard it is for me to walk back into my office without singing. I just literally sing all the time, and I was like, oh yeah, it's still they're still live on in there. I won't embarrass myself right now. All right, so next module we are going to go through is creating your life mission. This one's going to be awesome, guys. And this is going to be the balance to the last one. For those of you that are feeling a little icky, okay, about dreaming so big, this one's going to create the balance. Welcome to Module 3, where I am going to be teaching you one of the second most powerful things you can do to keep yourself inspired on a regular basis. My name is Josh Coates, and I am your push coach. So let's keep working through this to help you create the life of your dreams. So as we went through the last module, and I taught you about vision, and really tapping into your inner creativity and thinking about the life you really wanted. Several of you started feeling really icky. In fact, as I ask those questions, I can literally feel people on the other end of the video getting icky and getting weirded out and getting scared because they feel like they're being selfish, or they feel like they're being greedy, or whatever that is. This video is going to create the balance for that, okay? Remember, I told you there's no such thing as motivation. Nothing on the outside is going to force you or change you to get what you really want. It's really all about inspiration. It's really all about inspiration, which comes from the inside. The first way is having a vision, which is knowing what you really want in life and where you really want to go. But the second thing is your mission. Now, if vision is what you really want in life, your mission are the rules that you play by. Let me give you an example. If you're playing football, obviously, the vision is you want to win the Super Bowl. You want to become the world champs, right? But within that game, there were lots of rules, okay? Now, as we know, Tom Brady breaks some of those rules sometimes, but if you get caught breaking the rules, you get the trophy taken away. You know, there's many people who have had their Heisman trophies taken away because it was found out later on that they had received money during their college sports career, which is against the rules. There are people who have had championships taken away because they found out, like, after time, that maybe some of the players were on steroids or whatever it was. If you break the rules, you don't really win. And here's the balance that I want to create for you. Some people are actually very naturally driven by numbers and results. For those people, the last module about vision was actually very easy. You loved it. You were just like, oh yeah, I want this and I want that, and I'm pushing for this, and I'm going to get, and you were just, it was literally fueling you. And this module is to help provide balance for you, to make sure that as you're pushing for these big time goals that I'm about to help you set, you don't crush people on the journey. You see, I never, ever want to step on other people to get what I want. In fact, my favorite quote, I say that about every quote, but this one's really my favorite. It's from Zig Ziglar, and it says, you can have anything you want in life if you'll just help enough other people get what they want. That right there, to me, is the true definition of mission, is helping other people get what they want. I've got this thing that I want, but I'm not going to use or abuse other people to get there. I'm going to help other people. And in the process of helping other people get what they want, it will always lead to me getting what I want. And that, in my opinion, is the way true business should be done, is helping other people. And in the process, you reap benefits that help you get what you really want. Okay? So vision is where we really want to go. Mission is the rules that we play by. So for the people that were excited by the last module, this is going to balance you out. For the other people who are like, dude, this is icky. This is scary. I don't like this. I feel selfish. I feel greedy. This is going to ease up your conscience, because I'm going to help you understand that the mission, because some of you are already thinking, man, he wants us to have all these big things. He's trying to turn me into that person that pushes people over, that steps over people. Here's the problem. The world has given us a tainted view of what true success is. Okay? Magazines, TV, all these things have given us. So in your head, when you try to think about success, you think from what you've seen in the world that the only way to get that success is to step on people, is to push people, is to harm people and manipulate people. And that's one of the reasons you feel so icky. Not necessarily because of having more, although that's maybe part of it, okay? But because you're scared of what you're going to have to do to get it. And I'm about to relieve all of that icky pressure that you're feeling about having to push and blah, blah, blah. I know I call myself a push coach, but please understand that I only push people who say they want to go somewhere. Does that make sense? I don't push people who say, Josh, I don't want that. Okay, if you don't want it, that's fine. You go do whatever you want. I only push people that have expressed to me that they want the thing I'm trying to take them to. I'm never manipulating people and trying to talk people into wanting something they don't really want. So my personal mission is to equip and empower people to live out their legacy. Now, let me walk you through that and explain to you why that's my mission. I grew up in a world where I personally felt, now this is just my personal opinion, and it's not my opinion about any entity worldwide or anything, but I personally grew up in some small churches where I felt like, again, this is only my perception of the situation, I felt like people were constantly trying to push me to do the thing they wanted me to do, instead of listening to me when I was expressing to them what I wanted to do. In fact, I had a couple different specific situations where I said, this is what I feel like I'm supposed to do with my life. And they actually said, you know what, I know you may feel like that, but I really think you're supposed to do this. And they literally tried to use the influence they had in their life to manipulate me to doing what they wanted for my life instead of what I wanted for my life. I never, ever, ever want someone to feel that way about me. I never want someone to feel like I'm trying to coerce them into something that I want them to do because I'm looking to gain. Again, if you help enough people get what they want, you can have everything you want. I am constantly looking to find out where you want to go and help you get there. And that's the beauty of coaching. You might have noticed in the last module, I didn't tell you you need to build a mansion. I didn't tell you you need to have a Ferrari. I asked you, what do you want? I walked you through questions to help you discover what lives on the inside of you. And I'm going to help you do the same thing through every module. I'm going to walk you through helping you discover the right way and the right path for you. I'm not going to try to push you down my path. And that's what gives me permission to push you, is I'm pushing you toward the thing you said you wanted. I'm not pushing you toward the thing that I said you should want. Does that make sense? And that's how we live by our mission. I try every single day when I wake up to live by that. I have my own goals. I have this place that I want to go to. I set my goals big, man. I set my goals huge. But then I hop on calls like this or with my one-on-one clients. And my only question is not, how do I get to that goal? How can I get them to help me get to this goal? My only question is, how do I help them get to their goal? Because ultimately I know if I can just help enough of you get to the place you want to go, the place I want to go is just going to happen naturally. Okay? So here's 3 things that your mission will do for you, for your business, for your life. Number 1, mission keeps you honest. It keeps you honest. And let me just give you one example of this in my business. I personally work with a very large multi-level marketing company. I'm not hired by them or contracted by them, but I work with so many of them and have influence with so many of them that I'm still respectful of the company in such a way that I've had many people in that company actually message me and say, hey, Josh, I'm interested in joining the John Maxwell team. Could you tell me more about it? And I very kindly, I hope you've taken it as kindly if you're someone watching this that has received one of these messages from me, message them and say, first of all, I don't feel like joining the John Maxwell team is a great option for you because you already have a business. And I would never encourage someone to take on another thing that's going to create a distraction from that business. Number 2, if you decide you want to do it anyways, I can't give you advice about it. I can't talk to you about it. You're going to have to go to the website and talk to someone else. Because since I have influence with so many people, I never, ever, ever want to make it look like I'm promoting people away from this company into something that benefits me. I do get a referral. If I send someone to the John Maxwell team, I get a nice little check for that. I'm more than happy to pass on getting that check for the sake of my own conscience and knowing that I'm not doing anything that goes against what I believe is the character and values of my business. Does that make sense? Now, if I didn't have a mission, okay, if I didn't have a mission to equip and empower people, it would be really easy for me to say, oh, you want to join the John Maxwell team? Let me get you signed up right now. In fact, let me go ahead and use my leadership skills and my coaching skills to talk you into why you should sign up for the John Maxwell team. Let me tell you how much it's changed my life, and let me make a quick little check. I don't care about a quick little check. I care more about my integrity, especially with my one-on-one clients. I work with some people who have some really big teams, and I never want them to feel like I've abused the influence that they have given me within their team. You see, when they have me speak on team calls, or even when they just mention that they work with me, I have automatic influence with their entire team. And I never, ever, ever want to abuse that influence. I'm constantly working to keep my slate clean so that no one could ever look at me and go, well, he's just trying to get influence with all these people so that he can manipulate them and use them for his own advantage. No. I want influence with you because I'm going to help you, which in turn will actually help my clients who you may be signed up under. I'm constantly trying to stay true to my mission, which is to equip and empower people to live out their legacy. I hope that makes sense. The next thing is mission gives you purpose. Number 1, mission keeps you honest. Number 2, mission gives you purpose. And this is powerful. And this is the main point that I really want to drive home in this module. Okay. See, vision creates this awesome, awesome picture of what we could have. Okay. But if you're like me, and you really, really have a heart to help people and change the world around you, getting something for yourself isn't big enough to motivate you to get out of bed. It's still not big enough. It's got to be combined with this thing I call a mission, which is the difference you want to make in the world around you. Nothing in all of this world can replace purpose. Give me the choice between $1 million or a life of purpose. I will choose a life of purpose every single time. And if you're in my training, I'm guessing you're the same. I'm guessing that as a kid, yeah, you dreamed of cool mansions and cool cars, but more importantly, you dreamed of making a difference and making this world a better place. When you have a defined mission, you wake up with a burning passion that lives in. Guys, right now, I don't know if you can tell or not, but I literally, as I'm speaking, am just burning up on the inside because I know the effect this module in this training is going to have on your life. And that gets me excited more than any payday on the planet. It gets me more excited than a house or a car or a vacation. Give me purpose or I don't want to live. This is the balance, and this is where true success happens. Show me someone with a lot of money that does not equal success. Show me something with a lot of purpose, and in my opinion, that doesn't equal success. Show me someone who is profiting from their purpose. In other words, not one or the other, but bringing the two together. And I will call that true success. You can't have one without the other and do it right, in my opinion. The third thing is your mission will sustain you in the drought. My entire first year of business, not making any money, not making any progress, not even any hopes. You know, sometimes you're not making money yet, but you're at least getting some wins under your belt and you know the money's coming. I wasn't even getting the wins. But every single morning I woke up and I said, I'm going to equip and empower people to live out their legacy. I was detailing cars all day, looking for opportunities to equip and empower people. Putting down my buffer because I heard someone on the other side of the shop was going through an issue in their life. And so I would walk over there and use my life coaching skills to help them get through that issue. Did I get paid for that? No, I actually lost money for that because instead of detailing a car that I got paid for, I was helping someone, but I didn't care. When you get a hold of your mission and your true purpose in life, you don't need money to keep going. Now, I believe when you're led by that purpose long enough, it leads to money, but you don't need money and you don't need numbers and you don't need sales. If you have that mission, hey, come on in. Sorry, my wife was calling me to let me know she's coming through the door and it's going to be loud. She knows that I'm live, so she's trying to help keep me from having to re-record stuff. When you live by your mission, you don't need anything else in life to go right because that mission fuels you and sustains you through any hard time in your life. And let me tell you, as an entrepreneur, you will go through droughts if you're not going through one right now. This first month that you do this group, you may not even see numbers. You may not even see the results yet. But if you're fueled by this mission, it won't matter because you'll wake up like I do every morning and remember you've got a purpose. The world needs you today. The second thing is when you go to bed, you won't just wake up with a purpose, but you'll go to bed. And when you're disappointed from all the people who said no, from all the people who rejected you, from all the things that went wrong or people who quit on you, before you go to bed, you can ask yourself this question like I love to ask myself. Did I equip people? Did I empower people? If the answer is yes, my day was a success, whether the numbers were there or not. And that mission will keep you firing on all cylinders. They're coming in the door right now, so I'm going to pause for 1 sec. Okay. And that mission will keep you firing on all cylinders. So now that you know why your mission is so valuable, now that you know why it's so important, now that some of you have breathed a sigh of relief, okay, great. This guy isn't some greedy jerk, moron, whatever. He actually does care about helping people. Some of you, this module really helped get you on board. for what we're about to go through. Let me walk you through some simple questions. Again, very simple to help you to come up with your own personal definite mission, just like I've done for my life. Question 1 for defining your mission. When you look at the world, what gives you pain and makes you want to fight for change? Let me say that again. When you look at the world, what gives you pain and makes you want to fight for change? Okay, I'm going to type this in here for you guys. When you look, we're almost done, and then I'm going to pause and eat real quick. When you look at the world, what gives you pain and makes you want to fight for change? There you go. And I'm going to go through this one just a little bit quicker than we went through the last one, so that I can go eat, but feel free, obviously, to kind of keep working through this while I'm eating. Remember, from my own personal story, it gave me pain to see that leaders in my life were using their influence to try to manipulate me and take me down the path they wanted me to go. That's part of what fuels my mission so much, is to never be the person that uses their influence to manipulate others, to always use that influence to help people do what they want to be doing. Okay, question number 2. What have you experienced or overcome in your own life that you want to pass on to the world around you? What have you experienced or overcome in your own life that you want to pass on to the world around you? I will type that in here for you guys. What have you experienced? If I can spell right, or overcome. Some of you haven't quite overcome it yet, and that's okay. You may be still experiencing this pain in your own life. You want to pass on to the world. Okay, question number 3. If you could sum up the difference you want to make in this world in just 3 words, what would they be? If you could sum up the difference that you want to make in the world in just 3 words, what would those 3 words be? Now, when I say 3 words, I don't mean like change the world. I mean like 3 adjectives, 3 verbs, 3 nouns, like 3 what I call power words. Okay, for me, equip, empower, legacy. Those are my 3 power words: equip, empower, legacy. That's how I actually started off with my mission statement, was with those 3 words. What would those 3 words be for you? Let me type this up for you. You could sum, oops. You want to, geez, stop spelling things wrong. In the world, in 3 words, what would those 3 words be? And question number 4, our last question. How do 1 through 3 come together to paint a picture? Can you put this into one sentence? Let me say that again. How do numbers 1 through 3 come together to paint a picture? Can you put this into one sentence? Okay. How do 1 through 3 come together to paint a picture? Can you put this into one sentence? In other words, what I'm really asking you to do is take all these answers that you've wrote down and just allow them to become a picture for you. Okay. I don't know about you, but I kind of see things in pictures, in certain words, kind of paint specific pictures in my head. Like when I hear empower, the picture that I see is helping others, getting them to go where they want to go. When I hear the word equip, I think about giving people the tools and the resources they need, which I feel like really separates me from the rest of the personal development community. I don't just give you a bunch of positive inspiration. I give you actual tools to then put that into action. Okay. What are these? What's the picture that you're kind of painting for yourself? And can you put that into one sentence? Obviously, you guys will have some time to work on this during break. You'll have time to work on it. This is something, and I'll go over this in a second. This is something that can continue to evolve with you. Okay. Today is just the starting point of your mission statement. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. Okay, so now that you have a little bit of kind of a rough draft of what your mission statement is, I want you to really take this statement and I want you to really chew on it throughout this group. And don't worry, I'll be asking you once a week in the group, I'll be asking you for your mission statement, because what I'm trying to do is just put it in front of you over and over and over. Okay. Now I want you to understand that this doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. It's not like you write it down once and you're stuck with it forever. When I first started off, my mission statement was I want to help people to live out their legacy. That was all I had. It started off with just legacy. I read Legacy, Law of Legacy in John Maxwell's book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And that's actually where the whole idea of the mission statement for me came from, was from the law of legacy. He said, if you could sum up your life in one sentence, what would it be? And I just started with that. It was just, I want to help people live out their legacy. But as I said it, day after day after day after day, here's what it will cause you to do. It will cause you subconsciously to start looking for the right words. I heard someone use the word equip and I was like, oh, that's mine. That's yes. I had a picture of that in my head, but I just didn't have the word for it yet. I heard someone else say empower, or maybe read it in a book or whatever. I said, boom, that's my word. And there were a couple other words that actually plugged into my mission that I thought were maybe my words, but the more I said it, it just didn't settle right with me. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to take this statement. I want you to write it down somewhere in your office or your workspace, wherever that is, that you will see it every single day. I want you to put it on the mirror in your bathroom. And I want to challenge you to say this mission statement at least once every morning and once every evening. And what this is going to do is, number one, it's going to help set your focus properly. Subconsciously, you're going to be thinking about this mission everywhere you go. It's going to change the way you do everything. You're no longer going to be thinking about just the vision and just the numbers. You're going to be looking for opportunities to live out this mission. The other thing it's going to do is it's going to make you so consciously aware of it that you're going to start looking for your words. And over the next couple of weeks, I really hope this mission statement becomes something a little more concrete that you really, really want to live by, and that really, really drives you. Okay. So just a couple simple steps, or a couple simple tips that I want to give you as we close out this module is, number one, the mission statement does not need to be any more than one sentence. Okay. It needs to be one clear sentence that paints a simple picture. Some people have these mission paragraphs or mission pages. That's not really something you can even focus on. It needs to be something so clear. There's a scripture in the Bible that says, make it plain so that he who reads it may run with it. The whole point of your mission is to be so clear and so precise that when you post it on social media, when you say it out loud, it's so clear that people can literally grab onto that mission and run with it. It's not supposed to be some huge long paragraph that just confuses people or tries to impress people. That's not the point. Okay. The other thing is I really challenge you to keep your mission statement to 3 power words or less. Okay. Some people start writing out these mission statements that sound like, I'll just take mine and kind of over exaggerate it. I want to equip and empower all of the people of the planet to live fiercely and ferociously and live out their legacy. I just literally made up some random stuff. But do you see how overwhelming that was? Like by the time I was done, I don't even know what I said. Okay. 3 power words. I want to equip and empower people to live out their legacy. Notice there's 3 power words, okay? And I just simply chained those 3 power words together. Don't put in so many power words, so many verbs and adjectives. We're not trying to impress. It's simple, it's clear, we can focus on it, it drives us, and we literally, it becomes a part of us that we live by. Okay. Thank you for taking some time today to work on your life mission. I really, really believe that this is going to change your life forever. Remember, a mission is not lived out in 1 month. It's lived out in a lifetime. So I want to, again, encourage you and challenge you to repeat this process with me over and over and over so that we can help you to build your life vision by using your life mission. My name is Josh Coates. I am honored and privileged to be your push coach. I'll see you guys in the next module. Okay, guys, I am going to take a quick little break, munch on my salad. Honestly, I eat really fast, so it won't be much of a break. If you need to take a longer break, got kids to attend to or whatever, totally okay, but I'm trying really hard to just respect everyone's time and not have you stuck here for 7 hours because I know some of you have people watching your kids or whatever. So I'm going to, honestly, those are the 2 longest modules. The other modules will be quicker. So this is just my guesstimation, okay? My guesstimation is that after I eat, we'll have about an hour and a half to 2 more hours together to go through 4, 5, and 6, okay? May actually be quicker than that. I'm trying to go long-term in case you're trying to plan, okay? So I'm going to take a quick break. It probably take me, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes to eat, go to the bathroom again, make sure I got fresh water and stuff, okay? I'm going to keep this live, keep the room open so that you don't have to like rejoin or stuff later. Will I have enough time to work out? Baby boy is finally asleep. I doubt it. You can try. I mean, you can go for it. I mean, I won't be offended if you do. You can always listen in while you're working out or whatever if I come back. Remember, the first 10 to 15 minutes is always me giving some type of inspiration and meaning as to why we're about to do what we just did. The implementation is always at the end of the module. So you can hit play, do your workout, and you can listen to the inspiration part, and then you'll probably be done with your workout by the time I'm actually like into the implementation part. Okay. All right, guys, I will see you here in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. What's up, guys? I actually bought 2 coffees when I went to the coffee shop this morning. Threw one in the fridge so I could stay ready to go for you guys. Yes, if you have not read the 10x rule, 100,000,000% agree. I have listened to the 10x rule probably at least 10 times. Also, if you don't have it, Grant has a new book out called Be Obsessed or Be Average. Oh, Be Obsessed or Be Average has me fired up, guys. Hope you guys had a fun little chat while I was breaking. Let's see here. Thank you. So we're actually going to do something really cool on this module. We're going to interview one of my clients to talk about something. I was originally going to interview her kind of like halfway into the module, but she has somewhere that she has to go this afternoon. So I had Energize as well. So I'm going to actually start off the module with her so that she can leave when she needs to. But this next module is about your mindset. And the mindset that I'm trying to create for you in this group is all about urgency. If you were on the webinars, you heard me talk about it. This next year, it's this, man, guys, this is what's going to make this group so special, is the urgency that I'm going to help create for you guys day after day, week after week, month after month. So let's see here. I have to go into my room. Nope, I have to go into, it's not where I go. Attendees, there we go. View attendees. I got to come find you, Raina. There you go. Oh, beautiful. You got on early, didn't you? Let's see here. Oh, crap. Why is it not letting me allow you on here, Raina? Usually there's an option to let someone else speak, and I don't see it. What the heck happened? Let's see here. Oh, there we go. We have to go. Hey, Raina, do you see a place to request something? Let's see here. If you go over to the right, Raina, can you I don't know why I'm not texting you. Sorry. Okay, so if you, there should be a way to like raise your hand, Raina, I think over on the right. Like a request. There's several other people that have made a request. I don't. Kathy, Stacy, Denise, Shelly, and Edith, you somehow put your hand up for like a request. I can't see what you guys see. Can you tell me how you did that? Is there something over on the far right? Trying to figure out. Sorry, Raina. Oh, there it is. There it is. No, no, that's in the chat though. Raina, can you do me a big favor and just type something in the chat real quick, and it will allow me, I believe, to then. Ah. Oh, top right has a box that says request to speak. That's easy. There's static in my microphone just right now, or there was earlier, or what? There's static when I speak? That's stupid. Ah, there it is. Sorry, Raina. I just had to refresh. Let's see here. I just sent you the invite. Let's see here. Ah, sweet.
I'm on.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna put you on the big screen here.
It's like when you turn on your front camera and it's like your face is right there. I wasn't ready for the.
Gotcha. Sorry. Okay, can everyone see her? I clicked to present to everyone. You should see her, but I don't know exactly how you see her because mine looks different than yours.
Mine's different too.
What does it look like on your end right now, Raina?
Like a Google Hangout.
Are you the big picture though, or are you just a little picture in the corner?
Little picture.
Ah,
Oh.
but my mic is still cracking? Seriously? Let me just try turning my gain down or my volume. Is it less static now, guys? Is it less static? Oh, you guys can't see her at all? Oh.
Let me look.
This is why it's not as cool as Zoom. Let's see here. Well, that's just dumb. Let's see. Oh. Ah, there we go. I just had to click on you. Okay, I think you're big now. Are you big?
I'm not big to me, but I don't know if I am to anybody else. You're still on there on my main screen.
Can you guys see Raina now? I literally just changed it. I hate that it's like a 30-second lag because I have to wait like 30 seconds to actually find out if people can see you.
I know. I think I was a little delayed on here too.
Yeah, since it's Google Hangouts, it's live, but there's like some lag in between when we're like, okay, now I can see her. Cool. And there's still static. Gosh, was there static earlier before I came back?
Mm-hmm.
There was?
I didn't hear it. I do a little bit now, not consistently, but I do.
Now you do, but you didn't earlier? Okay, try turning my gain down, see if that helps. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, whatever. We'll just roll with it. Okay. We see her, not you, and still static. It's okay if you don't see me. That's not the important part right now. Static, yes. Is the static gone now, or is it still there?
Still there.
Jeez.
I
That's
know.
so dumb. Okay, what about now?
Talk.
Hello.
A little bit.
Do I have static? It started when we first tried to connect Raina to the call. Oh. Maybe that's why. Maybe, oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's just...
Echo?
Yeah, I bet it's just echo and it'll be fine, like, once we're done with this. Is your phone close to your mic? Yeah, it is. That's kind of a random question. Raina has to turn her volume down. Why does...
Does that help?
I don't have static, so I have no idea.
I still hear you staticky with my volume down, just quieter.
Do you mute yourself when you were eating? Yes, I did. When you unmuted, it started getting static. That's weird. Oh, well, we'll just roll with it, and we can always re-record this later for everyone else. I just wanted to include you in the live because this has so much to do. I mean, I guess they can still hear me even if they can't see me, which is totally okay. Just to give a quick little intro, me and Raina started working together about 3 months ago, I think. And when she first came to me, she had big goals that she had kind of... Actually, why don't I let you tell the story, Raina? What was... When you... Because it's stupid. You're on camera and I'm doing all the talking. When our first session, would you mind just telling kind of what happened?
Yeah, I think it was the very end of August when we actually started talking, and I was kind of in a crappy place as a coach, just not really knowing what my goals were, not really knowing what I wanted to push for or what I was doing every single day. I would wake up and just kind of do whatever I thought needed to be done and not have a really solid plan or anything for that matter. Then I connected with Josh, and on our first webinar, one-on-one, he made me cry. I was pretty much in tears the whole time. Just for the fact that he made me say out loud what my goals were and come to the realization that I actually wanted to push for specific things that I was kind of avoiding previously and not really admitting. Yeah. Where do you want me to go?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. There we go. Back to you. So from there, we kind of came up with a little game plan to push for this. Do you mind just saying out loud what your goal was so they kind of can understand the context of this?
I'm like nervous to say it out loud right now. Top 10.
Okay.
To be a top.
You want to be a repeat top 10. You were top 10 last year. You wanted to repeat it. What was your rank when we talked at that time?
It was 13, right? 17. Was I 17?
I think you said 17.
I think I was, I don't think I was 17. I think
It was at least 15. It was at least 15.
Okay, maybe it was 15. We're all like, what was that? I don't even know. It was far away.
Okay. It was 15, and some people don't really understand that 15. They're like, oh, that's really close to 10. But some people don't understand the difference between 10 and 15 is ginormous as far as elite points go, right?
Huge.
And that was one of the reasons it made you cry to say it out loud that you wanted it, because you understood how huge of a jump that was going to have to be to go from basically the end of September to the end of December to jump those 5 spots, right?
Right. How uncomfortable I was going to have to be and how focused I was going to have to be. And just like you said in the webinar earlier, just, what I was going to have to do to get there kind of terrified the crap out of me.
Right. So talk to me though about, once we decided, okay, like as scary as it is, we're going to try to go from 15 to 10 in 3 months. Walk me through kind of what having that goal did for you personally, as far as your focus, your work ethic. Kind of explain to me like how that changed things for you.
It kind of just made me put blinders on and focus solely on, well, I mean, not solely, but focus on what needed to be done every single day, and just breaking it down, knowing that I needed, XYZ points, and what do I have to do to get there, and what does that mean for the month, and what does that mean for the week, and what does that mean for every single day? What do I have to do when I sit down? And, just having that, knowing exactly what I needed to do to get there, I think was really what. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So you said in there specifically, I did not ask, just for everyone watching, listening, I did not give Raina any type of preface of what I was going to ask her or where I wanted her to go.
Yeah.
And she just said out of her mouth that having this urgent goal that she knew was outside of her comfort zone forced her to focus on what she needed to do monthly, weekly, and daily.
Yeah.
And that is why it's so important to have an urgent goal, because too many people, and obviously I'll go through this when we go through the actual module, there's no urgency. It's just a year from now, this is what I want to achieve.
Yeah.
So there is no urgency, which means there's no focus, which means we just kind of piss away the days and hope that later it'll happen. So tell me specifically, if you don't mind, give me some specific numbers as far as what you were doing before you said out loud that this was your goal, and then how drastically and quickly that changed the second you decided to go for this.
Well, I will say the one thing that helped the most was we actually sat down, I think maybe it was our second call, and created a schedule, and that saved me entirely. Having a schedule to follow and knowing that for me specifically, you told me to sit down and think of, when am I the most effective? When can I sit down and be uninterrupted and have just work to close conversations or whatever I needed to do? What is the best time of day for that? And for me, it was 8 o'clock to midnight when my kids were in bed, and Brett was on the couch watching TV and I had no distractions and I could sit with my laptop and just focus for 4 hours straight until I fell asleep at the computer or until my fingers bled or something, until I just decided to stop. And so that, more than anything, I think was the biggest game changer for me, just having that schedule and sitting down and focusing. But numbers wise, you mean like how many people how many people I talked to? And
So for those that maybe don't know, I'm sure a lot of you know, but some of you don't know, Elite Points is a combination of PSSC, coaches you recruit, and PSPV. For those of you who don't know the abbreviations, PSSC is your personally sponsored Success Club numbers. How many of your personally sponsored coaches hit Success Club. And then PSPV is your personally sponsored volume, basically. So those were obviously the things we were working on toward your goal, because those were the things that mattered. So kind of tell me, before we set the goal, what your recruiting numbers looked like and what your PSSC looked like, and then walk me through what they looked like in October, November, and December.
Okay, that's good, because before I started working with Josh and did all this and got my life together and woke up, I was all over the place. Again, I didn't have a set schedule. I would recruit anywhere from 10 people a month to 30 people a month, kind of just depending on how much effort I put into it, which again, consistently was not a lot of effort. So I was on the lower end of things and wondering why my business wasn't succeeding.
Yeah.
Not that 10 to 30 coaches is a lot of coaches. I get that, but pushing for top 10, it's not enough. And then number of people in Success Club, I had probably, my lowest this year was probably 8 to 13-ish, give or take, every single month, which again is a lot of people underneath you to have hitting Success Club, but not when you're pushing for a big goal like this. So post getting your life together, what was it, October was still pretty slow SC wise. I struggled with still getting coaches to Success Club in October and November. Recruiting wise, game changer. At the end of August, I remember 4 days specifically. I had 4 days left in the month in August, and I had recruited like 8 people, I think, or 10 people or something like that. And then I had that call with Josh, and we were like, okay, I'm going to work 8 to 10 or 8 to midnight every single day. And I sat down and recruited 20 people in the last 4 days of August. Wow. And I was like, holy crap, I just did that. Holy crap, I just did that. And I remember messaging Josh and freaking out. And in October, I want to say, what did I hit in October? I had 50 coaches. 50-some coaches, I think I recruited in October. I had like SC 136 or something crazy like that. November, I think I recruited 40 to 45 coaches, something like that. So my recruiting numbers personally just shot up because of the consistency that I was having every single day and just being present every single day and having conversations. So.
And then do you mind now that it's like, even though they haven't announced anything,
it doesn't matter.
now that it's done and no one on the planet can possibly compete with this, would you mind just telling us what you and your team did in December? It was literally the most amazing thing I've ever experienced. Philip,
it was mind-blowing.
Can I ask you to share? Because I really want you to.
Like smile ear to ear when I think about it. It's just insane. But so I think I set a goal of like recruit, like, what did I say? Like 40 coaches. And then I had another top coach challenge and say, you should really shoot for 50 coaches if you're pushing for top 10. I was like, okay, I'll shoot for 50 coaches. And then Josh was like, nope, you're shooting for 60 coaches this month. And I was like, oh crap. Okay. So I shot for a goal to recruit 60 coaches. And at about 11:55 on New Year's Eve, I looked in my 60th coach. So I hit 60 new coaches in December. Let me just say, I've never recruited 40, 50, 60 coaches a month in my 3.5 years of coaching. I started coaching in April 2013. So it's just mind blowing. And especially in December when it's technically the fourth quarter and you're slow and all these coaches are making excuses as to why everything's just crazy and not going, the way they want it to, because it's fourth quarter and all these excuses.
Yeah.
But then we set a goal to hit for Success Club coaches, for people in Success Club. Josh was like, okay, if we are going to make this happen, we have to shoot for 30 people in Success Club. And I was like sweating, like this is going to be vomit. Even saying it out loud makes me nauseous. So we set a goal for 30 coaches in Success Club, and we freaking rallied. And our team went crazy, and we worked every single day and helped with conversations and just really just came together as a team and just blew my face. It's just nuts. We ended at 38 coaches in Success Club in December. 38 coaches in Success Club. And I've never to this day again, ever in a single month had that many coaches hit Success Club. So.
And what did you hit in November? How many people hit Success Club?
13.
So November 13, December 38.
Yeah.
And let me just say that I don't know this because I don't know everyone. I don't work with everyone, obviously. But I don't know that anyone has ever recruited 60 coaches and helped 38 of their coaches hit Success Club. It's got to be a record. It has to be a freaking record.
Somewhere.
It's got to be. It's got. If it's not, then I just want to know who the person was that did better because it was ridiculous. So I wanted to let you share from this experience, okay? Before I actually go into the module. First of all, awesome, amazing. I'm beyond proud of you. Literally, just falling out of my chair, proud of you, kind of just craziness. And the whole team. I know a bunch of Lux is on here. Proud of all of you guys for pushing yourself so much. But could you sum up the last 3 months, okay? And by the way, when she says after Josh, please understand Josh did not do this. Raina did this. It was what it really was after focus and vision and understanding what she really wanted. So don't let the way she's wording it fool you into thinking that Josh has magical powers, because that's not it. The magical power was inside Raina, and she just needed someone to remind her that it was there.
Yeah.
Everything that was done was Raina and Lux Republic. They just needed someone to remind them what they were capable of and to help them figure out what they were even capable of. But could you take the last 3 months and the urgency and the focus and maybe just sum it up and give us kind of your life lesson that you learned from this experience and how you're going to use that moving forward into the next year?
My main focus into the next year is consistency. I've told Josh this 100 times and my team 100 times. I wish that I would have put in the effort that I put in from August to December, from January to December.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have been stressing. I wouldn't have been in the same position as a coach whatsoever at all. We probably would have ended top a lot higher than we are ending this year because of that. And that's my biggest, I posted that in my team page actually this morning, that was my biggest regret, was not having that consistency. And so that's my focus 110% this year, is showing up every single day, every single day, no matter what. And I love the idea of this training just because it's not about the entire year. I spent every single year in this business thinking, oh, it's just January, I have time. It's February, I have time. It's March. It's June. I still have 6 months to make up the gap. And I didn't do what I should have done every single day, taking it serious, creating that sense of urgency and acting on it. So consistency 100% is my biggest lesson I think I learned, and just sticking to it.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to share with the whole community. I appreciate you so much. I'm so freaking proud of you. So freaking proud of everything you've accomplished. I really am blessed to be able to work with you and Lux Republic. So thank you for giving back. I know that everyone on this call, this is probably the highlight of their day, is getting to hang out with Raina. They're like, can Raina just finish this and maybe Josh go away or something like that? That would be awesome.
I'm not as soon, I promise.
But seriously, thank you, Raina. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's go back here. She's like, get me off screen. Okay, there we go. I think I'm back. And then I should be able to. Okay. And Raina is no longer presenting. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Let me just close up what she said by saying this. Some of you are intimidated by the fact that the huge numbers, and some of you are just kind of blown away by that and almost won't really even take the lesson that she's trying to give. Crackling stopped. Cool. So that means I can probably turn this back up. Because you're like, well, I could never hit numbers like that. I could never hit numbers like I could never do that. Never mind, still crackling a little bit. Well, let me turn it back down then. Let me just say this. That the whole point of putting Raina on here was not to try to get you to wasn't try to intimidate you or to try to get you to push for top 10 or to push for that many coaches or that many elite points. The point was to just simply show you the power of creating urgency and focus. Okay, still crackling. Stupid microphone, I'm gonna kill you. Here, let me try just unplugging it and replugging it. Test, 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 test. Anything now? Anything now? Check, check, check. Check, check, check. If you're watching the replay link, I apologize. Let's see here. Yes. Someone hears me. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We're back. We're back in action. And let me guess. Oh, there's no static? No crackling? Now we are winning. Love it. Okay. I just had to go into the settings and fix it since I unplugged and replugged. Okay, let me get some coffee and let's roll. All right, cool. For those watching the replay, I apologize. We had some technical difficulties and you just watched me move my lips for probably 10 minutes and heard nothing and thought that maybe something was wrong. Well, something was wrong, but it's fixed now, apparently. So let's roll. All right, thank you guys so much for hopping in. That's a stupid intro. Don't ever introduce anything like that again, Josh. See, this is live. You guys get to see that. You guys get to see the real Josh. Isn't this awesome? Josh 1, technology 0. More like technology 10, Josh 0. I wasn't saying anything before the no sound. The only thing that I was trying to say was that motivational lip reading. That's awesome. The only thing I was trying to say was the whole point of bringing Raina on was not to try to get any of you to push for top 10 or to even push for the kind of numbers she hits, but to just show you the power of urgency and focus. Okay. And that's what we're going to talk about on this next module. Okay. So let's go. Welcome to module 4, where I am going to teach you how to create a new mindset. Everything we've done up to this point has been leading us to this place where I want to teach you what this group is really all about. This group is all about creating a new mindset. And if you saw my advertisements for this group or maybe saw my posts for this group, I told you that I was going to help you to create urgency and focus. That was going to help you to get more results without spending more time. Now, that's got to be your dream come true right there. That last phrase, I had you hooked. More results without spending more time. And I'm about to teach you how you can do that. This is something that I've helped my clients do. This is something that I've personally done in my own business, in my own life, and now I'm going to teach you. Okay. Now, as I'm recording this, it is the beginning of January. You may be watching it in some other month of the year, but here's the thing about the beginning of the year is everyone starts setting these end of the year goals. And I have nothing against setting end of the year goals, but let me explain to you why you have missed so many goals you've set in the past, especially end of the year goals, because our whole society is programmed to think that the way you set goals is you sit down on January 1 and you try to decide what you want to accomplish by December 31. Now, I don't have a problem with that. However, they're not finishing the process. They never complete the full. See, what I did in the last 2 modules was set you up to understand what the big picture is, which makes what we're going to do this year more important and more valuable. But then we've got to take it a whole few steps further. I mean, like you're not even in the right ballpark yet. You have just literally shown up in the parking lot. You're not even in the ballpark yet. Setting a 1-year goal, this is what it does to people. It makes people in January maybe a little excited, especially that first 2 weeks. But statistically speaking, 88% of people have already given up on their New Year's resolution by Valentine's Day. Boom. I'm sure you've experienced that before in your own life. 88% of people that set New Year's resolutions or end of the year goals have already given up by Valentine's Day. In other words, not even an entire 2 months in, they've checked out, they're done. We have other people who do stick with it, but never come anywhere close, not even close to hitting their end of the year goal. And that's because they think this: it's only February. I've got a long time to make it happen. It's only March. I still got, oh, you know what? I took off April because there was Easter and maybe some kids' birthdays, but that's okay. I got plenty of time to make it up. Here's the problem with end of the year goals is they're 12 freaking months away. There is no urgency whatsoever. In fact, if I have something that's 12 months away, it is the last thing on my mind. And this is the new mindset that I'm going to help you create that I swear is about to change your life forever. And that is never, ever, ever again setting an end of the year goal and then just stopping there. See, we have to take that end of the year goal and then we've got to back it up and create some short-term goals. Short-term goals are what force us into action and focus. Where there is no urgency, please, please, please write this down. Where there is no urgency, there is no focus. Let me say that again. Where there is no urgency, there is no focus. And where there is no focus, you will fall in to your comfort zone. Got you there. Where there is no focus, you will fall into your comfort zone. How many days have gone by where you didn't do the thing you knew you needed to do? Instead, you found yourself scrolling the news feed. I don't know, maybe playing on word swag, trying to choose between turquoise or hot pink or sparkles or glitter. You find yourself wasting so much time. And this is what's so frustrating for so many entrepreneurs is that you work really, really hard and yet never really see the results that you wanted to have. And that is because you did not have an urgent goal that was demanding you to focus with your time, with your energy, and your action steps. This right here, guys, I'm telling you, this right here is about to change the way you do business, is about to have you performing at a higher rate than you've ever performed before, not because you're going to work 16 hours a day, but because having a short-term goal is going to force you to show up every day and do the right things. Stop wasting time, stop wasting energy, and get things done. So the way I create urgency for myself personally is with short-term goals. And let me walk you through a couple of ways that I've used this actually on my health journey. I love fitness. I love to work out. I love to exercise, but I'm not always perfect. I'm not always on point. However, I do travel the country, usually every 2 or 3 months, and I speak for some type of big event for a company called Beachbody that I work really, really closely with. I work really closely with many of the people in the company, not with the company itself. And I get invited to speak at these events that happen about every 3 months, and there's usually some type of event in between that I'll speak at. And actually last year they had their, once a year they have an event called Summit. And Summit is like their annual conference where everyone comes together. I think there were like 40,000 people this last year. And on the last day, they actually block off an entire street and do a big, huge live workout all together. Now, this last year, I actually got invited by one of the trainers. His name is Sagi. He's the creator of Body Beast. If you follow me on Facebook Instagram, Snapchat. It's the workout you see me doing every day is Body Beast. And he invited me to come to Nashville and work out on stage with him in front of 40,000 people. Craziest thing ever. Is the most exciting thing I've ever done, is the most energy I've ever felt in my entire life. Now, here's the thing. At that point, my wife had been pregnant with our 4th kid. And just to be completely honest, over that 10-month period, man, we ate like crap. Okay. My business had taken off. I had plenty of money. We could eat out whenever we wanted to. And we weren't disciplined the way we should have been. Now, I was still working out every day, but I wasn't eating the way I should. I was just throwing anything and everything in my mouth that I wanted, whatever, all this fried food, all this crap. I got to a point where I'm a little dude, okay? It's actually really hard for me to put on weight. I have to work extra hard to put on weight when I want to put on muscle. In this 10-month period, I put on about 15 pounds, which is the most weight I've ever put on. Now, I know for some of you, you're thinking that's whatever. But for me, that was a big deal. And I remember getting this invite from Sagi to be on stage with him. And I believe it was about, if I remember right, it was 6 or 7 weeks until the event was going to happen. Now, when you get invited by someone who actually was like a champion physique competitor to be on stage in front of 40,000 health and fitness coaches, and you're 15 pounds overweight and out of shape, it creates some real urgency, because I had 6 weeks till Sagi was going to have me standing next to him on stage, and I don't want to look like the dude on stage that's out of place. So this forced me to become incredibly focused on working out. In fact, I was doing 2-a-day workouts. I was eating the healthiest I've ever eaten in my entire life for 6 weeks straight. In that 6 weeks, we actually went on a family vacation to Missouri, where we were around my wife's family. Everyone else was just eating out like crazy. And it didn't matter how many temptations I was surrounded by. I had such an urgent goal that I was laser focused. I mean, I was laser focused. I went from probably having like 75% of my food being honestly just total crap to maybe having 5% of my food being crap and eating like 95% clean and healthy. Why? Because having this short-term goal made me say, if I gotta be in my best shape 6 weeks from now, I better be 100% on point. Now, this is what I'm going to challenge you with, and this is what I'm going to create for you in this group. In the next couple of modules, we're going to walk through actually setting up your goals, okay? Your yearly, but then we're going to break it down to a monthly and a weekly. And when we do this, it is going to make you, instead of looking at 12 months from now, look at 4 weeks from now. And then even more specific, look at 1 week from now. Now, if I told you you have 1 week to move your business forward, how many of you would be a little bit more focused on doing the right things today and tomorrow and the next day and the next day? You see, when you don't have to weigh in for 6 weeks, it's really easy to eat some pizza here and there. But when you got to weigh in like 5 days from now, you are going to be on point. So here's what we're going to do is I'm going to create urgency. I know it's not the end of the year, but what I'm going to get you to do is I'm going to get you to perform in January the same way you would normally perform in December. I'm going to get you to perform in April the way you normally would perform in December. I'm going to get you to perform in September, whatever month this is that you're watching this video. I'm going to get you to perform this month just like you would if it were December. And I'm going to take it one step further. I'm going to take it one step further. I'm going to get you to perform this week the same way you would perform if it were the very last week of the year. See, everyone is kind of just coasting all year long. And then somewhere around October, people go, holy crap, I need to get my butt in gear if I'm going to hit this goal. And some people are able to pull it out. Some people are able to pull it out of their butt and make it happen. But most people aren't able to. But what they do is in November and December, most people are more productive than they are any other month of the year. Now imagine if I could get you every single month of the year to perform the way you do in your most urgent month of the year. This would be the most incredible year you've ever had in business. That is exactly what I did in year 2 of my business. Year 1, I was all over the place, just trying different stuff, trying this, trying that, had no game plan. I mean, I had some urgency about me, but not enough to create focus. In year 2, I sat down with my calendar and I put a number at the top of every single month at the very beginning. I put a number in the top right corner. One month, I remember I specifically made a goal to sign 10 new clients that month. And then I went through every single week and I wrote at the end of the week a goal for that week to make sure I could hit that monthly goal by splitting it up into weekly goals. And by doing that, okay, Josh, if you want to sign 3 new clients this week, you're going to have to get your butt out there. You're going to have to message a lot of people. You're going to have to take a lot of phone calls. You're going to have to really, really work. Now, again, even just a monthly goal isn't enough. Many of you have monthly goals, especially within the company that I work with so much, Beachbody. They have this thing where you are encouraged to hit Success Club every month, which means you helped 3 people that month. Here's the problem with that I've seen is so many people, again, they wait until about the 25th or the 26th of the month. And then they go, oh crap, I got to hit Success Club, which means I need to help 3 people. For the first 3 weeks, they don't help anybody. They don't send out any invites. They don't do any other. I mean, they may be doing some stuff here and there, but it's not focused. And then on the 25th, 26th, sometimes not even till the 28th, they go, oh crap, if I'm going to hit Success Club and earn my free cruise, I got to help 3 people. And so many of you on the last 2 or 3 days of the month find a way to pull it out of your butt and hit Success Club. Why? Because of the urgency. It forces you to focus in on doing the right things. And so what do? You perform at a higher level than you even knew was possible. And I am about to get you to perform on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, every freaking day of the month, like you normally would on the 28th, 29th, and 30th. This is the new mindset that I want you to have. Urgency brings, I almost said 3. Urgency actually brings 4 things. I was educated in Kansas, please forgive me. Urgency, number 1, I've already talked about it, brings focus. It forces you to focus in on the right things and stop wasting time. Number 2, urgency brings creativity. If you have all month long to make 3 sales, you're not going to get that creative. But what if I challenged you to make those 3 sales every single week? Now all of a sudden you're getting creative because you're thinking, man, I've never done that before, which means I got to come up with a new way to do things. You start thinking up of new ideas you've never had before because you never needed those ideas. All of the ideas in the world are right here. You just haven't looked for them because you didn't need them. Third thing, urgency keeps us on track for our long-term goal. If you can hit your weekly goal, it will help you to hit your monthly goal. And if you will hit your monthly goal over and over and over, your yearly goal happens naturally. It happens so much easier than you ever thought. In fact, this last year, I think I might have mentioned this in one of the earlier modules. This last year, I actually 10x'd my income from the year before. Now, here's the thing. It almost didn't happen because in October and November, I went on this big long vacation, and then I traveled to California to speak, and then I came home and had a vasectomy and was out for a couple weeks. I had about 6 weeks. Sorry if that was TMI. I had about 6 weeks where I wasn't focused. I was kind of just all over the place, kind of just winging it. I came home and literally November had the worst month I've had since January or February, which, by the way, I've quadrupled my business since then. So that I'm not, for most people, oh, well, you were down 10%. No, I was down like 250% in November. And it forced me in December to go, holy crap, you just let your momentum go. You did the very thing you tell all of your clients to never do, which is to let momentum go. So in December, I got laser focused. I went all in and I hit my 10X goal on December 31st at about 8:30 p.m. Now, here's the thing, guys. If I would have been urgent in October and November, my 10X goal would have happened so easily. I don't want to say easy. Easy is never the right word, but it would have happened so much easier that I would have had a whole lot more fun between Christmas and New Year's. Now, fortunately, I do what I love for a living, so it wasn't that big of a deal to work during that time. But the truth is, if I would have just been urgent in October, November, I could have totally checked out the last week of December and just goofed off and hung out with my family and just rested up for the new year. Instead, I was working my butt off from the time I woke up till the time I went to bed all December to make up for October and November. I was completely on track to hit my goals, but I got comfortable. I never, ever, ever want to let that happen again, and I won't. And I'm never going to let that happen to you again. That's why we have this group, to keep you month after month after month urgent and focused, so that when Christmas time comes around, you've already hit your end of the year goal. Doesn't mean you have to be lazy the last week of the year, but you also don't have to be stressed. December can be the best month of the year. You can enjoy it. You shouldn't be lazy. You shouldn't take it off, but you don't have to be stressed and worried. Does that make sense? So I'm going to walk you through creating a few things with this new mindset that we have. I'm going to walk you through 3 different things, okay? And then in the next module, I'm going to walk you through how to actually set up your daily activities to get you to those things. Because here's the thing. Just because we create urgency, we still have to plan out how we're going to spend that time to make sure we do the right things, okay? So right now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to walk you through setting up some goals for this year based on this new mindset that we have, okay? You ready for it? Question number 1. I want to ask you this, and I'm going to give a little bit of teaching along with this question to help you really do this one right, okay? Number 1. Oh, thanks, Christy. What was number 4? We'll have to edit this part. Number 4 thing that urgency does, urgency teaches us, okay? Here we go. Thank you, Christy. Urgency teaches us we can usually do in 1 week what we would normally aim for in 1 month. Let me say that again. Urgency teaches us we can usually do in 1 week what we would normally aim for in 1 month. Again, where there's no urgency, even a monthly goal isn't enough, because you wait till the 27th or the 28th to really try to hit that goal, which leaves you thinking the next month, well, that's all I can do. Apparently, if I made 3 sales last month, that's all I can do this month. What you didn't think about was you made 3 sales in the last 3 days of the month. If you can do that in the last 3 days of the month, why not just do that every single week? Why not just do that all the time? Why in the world only do that at the end of the month? When we set proper plans, proper urgency, proper focus, you are going to find that what you normally do in a month, you can actually pull off in a week. Now, how many of you would be ecstatic if over the next 6 months, you could perform on a weekly basis the way last year you were performing on a monthly basis? How many of you, your income would just take off like crazy? Your team would take off like crazy. Your business would take off like crazy. Now, let me ask you this. Why in the world, if I could help you get results like that, if I could really, really help you to perform at that kind of a level, why would you only do this group for 1 month? That doesn't even make sense. If I can help you perform weekly like you normally do monthly, or shoot, if I could even do half of that, why wouldn't you just do this group over and over and over and over to keep that urgency and keep that focus? I promise the investment you will make will more than pay off over the next 6 months, and it really pay off for the rest of your life. I just want you to think about that, and I just want you to consider that. Now I'm going to take you through a couple simple things to help you set up goals for this year to make sure you're set up for urgency and focus and success. Okay? All right, good deal. Thank you for reminding me, guys. I appreciate that because that was a good point that I really wanted to get in there. Okay, so question number 1. What is your yearly goal? Now, before you write down anything, hold on 1 second. Before you write down anything, let me teach you what I believe is the most important thing about setting a yearly goal. If it doesn't scare the crap out of you, it's not a real goal. Some people teach that you should set what they call SMART goals. SMART goals are things that stretch you just enough that you won't be disappointed if you don't make it. I don't set goals worried about disappointment or trying to make it. I set goals that stretch me to go to a higher level than I've ever accomplished before. And that is the main reason that the 10X Rule by Grant Cardone is one of my favorite books ever written. His philosophy is take the goal you would normally set, you know, that BS goal, that's 3% stretch, and times it by 10. Wait, what? Times it by 10? That sounds crazy. Yes. Why? Because when you set your goal that big, it forces you to think bigger than you've ever thought before. It forces you to want to get better and find ways to make that goal happen. If you set a SMART goal, I'm sorry, but having 15% more next year is not enough to really force me out of my comfort zone and want me to even go through this process. Okay? Now, I'm not telling all of you to actually multiply your goal by 10, although I did last year and it was awesome. Here's what I'm going to tell you. The first thing that comes to your head, if it doesn't make you sick to your stomach, it's not big enough. When you write down your yearly goal, okay? For some of you, you're watching this recording several months into the year. Maybe you need to adjust your yearly goal. I want you to write down something that literally makes you sick to your stomach. Something that seems so big, there's just no way in the world you could possibly reach it. That sounds crazy, right? But I want you to remember this. Goal setting is not about reaching the goal. It's about stretching us beyond our norm. Let me say that again because I really, really, really need you to get this. Goal setting is never, ever, ever about reaching something. It's about stretching beyond what you would normally do. I love the way John Maxwell puts this. He says, God's greatest gift to us is our potential. And our greatest gift to him is developing that potential. I'm going to challenge you this year to develop yourself, to stretch yourself beyond anything you've ever done before. So I want you to take a second, pause this video, okay? And I don't want you to write down something that's like, yeah, I could totally see that happening this year. Yeah, let's write that down. No, no, no. If you could totally see it happening, it's not worth fighting for. I want you to write down something that is going to force you to stretch beyond anything you've ever done. And here's the thing. At the end of the year, if you miss the goal, it really doesn't matter. Okay? I'm just using this as a number. If you push for $100,000 this year, again, this is just a number that I'm making up. If you push for $100,000 a year and come up short and only make 70,000, isn't that way better than pushing for 50,000 and actually making it? You see what I'm talking about? When you stretch yourself, it will force you to go to a higher level, and you'll do way more than you ever would have done if you wouldn't have stretched yourself. So take a second, pause this video, and write down your yearly goal. It doesn't have to be money. I just used money because it's an easy thing for everyone to relate to, okay? It could be rank. It could be something to do with your sales. It could be something to do with your volume, whatever it is. And it could even be 3 or 4 things. You may have a money goal, a rank goal, whatever that is. Just take a minute and write those things down. Oh, I feel like I might actually puke. Yes, yes, you did it. If you feel like you are going to puke, you have just set an awesome goal. I love it. I'm sick thinking about writing down the scary goal. Then I know it's right. Then I know it's good. I know it's good. New Leader Conference. Beautiful. Remember, guys, just remember this. It's all about stretching yourself. Okay? What was the God's greatest gift quote? That quote, Amy, was God's greatest gift to us is our potential. Our greatest gift to him is developing that potential. Thank you, Danae. I appreciate that so much. I've wanted to say your name several times now and didn't know how to pronounce it. And if I tried to pronounce it earlier and just forgot, I apologize. Danae, thank you. This makes me barf. I love it. Gosh. We're going to do some crying together today. We're going to do some puking together today. It's going to be a good day. Going to be a good day. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay. Okay. Now, question 2, and this is really, really important. Okay. What will you need to accomplish monthly in order to make this goal a reality? Now, for a lot of you, especially those in multi-level marketing, if you had a rank goal, it's kind of hard to take that and kind of figure it down into like a monthly rank advancement, because rank advancements don't necessarily happen like that. So here's what I want you to think about. And there's not any way to 100% guarantee a proper, perfect process for this, okay? This is what I want you to think about. You've set that yearly goal that really stretches you beyond what you thought was even possible. I want you to do the same thing with your monthly. Okay, this is what I want you to think about. What do my monthly sales numbers need to be? What do my monthly recruiting numbers need to be? And then you may want to write down something like, what do my monthly rank advances need to be? Depending on your goal, you may need to have some type of monthly rank advance. Now, before this scares the crap out of you, I want you to remember, when we set big yearly goals, like some of you have been doing already, we need to make something monthly that also scares the crap out of us, because that's what's going to force this kind of urgency and focus. So I want you to take a minute, pause the video. You may have thought of some things that you need to do monthly that I didn't even have in here. That's okay. I just want you to write down specifically, what do you need to accomplish? Really loud car outside. I want you to write down specifically, what do you need to accomplish each month? That can include, but isn't limited to, your sales numbers, your recruiting numbers, your rank advancing. Question 2 is question 2 is the one I just said. What will you need to accomplish monthly? What will you need to accomplish monthly? And again, this can be kind of hard if you're like, well, I'm a diamond and I want to go 10-star. Okay. We don't know for a fact how many people you need to recruit to eventually get to that goal. But you can kind of get a sense of, okay, if I'm going to need to hit that goal, like I need to put out these kind of numbers. Just like the interview with Raina earlier. Here's the thing. I had no idea how many coaches she needed to recruit and how many coaches she needed to get to Success Club for her to actually break into the top 10. And we won't even find out about that for a couple of days to find out if she actually succeeded in that. But here's what we did know. We did know what she had done before, okay? Which was hitting, recruiting like 30 coaches and getting like 13 people to Success Club. So knowing that she had 1 month to go from, at that point, 13 to 10, we didn't know exactly what she needed to do. We just knew it needed to be big. And so that helped us to just set a goal that was extremely big, okay? Breakdown question, Stacy. Well, what will you need to accomplish monthly? Give me the specifics of what kind of sales numbers you need to hit, what kind of recruiting numbers you need to hit, and what kind of rank advances you need to have. And if you think of other things, feel free to put those in the chat. You may help some other. I mean, there's obviously other aspects to the business. I was just trying to give you kind of a simple idea of what it should include at the minimum. Here's the thing. If you're really struggling with this, here's what I want you to do. Just set something monthly that challenges you way outside of your comfort zone. You're like, Josh, I literally don't have any clue how many coaches I need to recruit if I want to go elite this year. That's fine. Make up a number that scares you. Okay. There's not like a perfect way to do this. Okay. Not a perfect way. You just need to come up with something that you can aim for. Okay. If you aim for nothing, you'll hit nothing over and over and over. If you aim for 10 coaches a month, you'll probably hit at least 5 or 6. Okay. If you aim for whatever it is you aim for, you may not even hit it, but by aiming for that, it forced you to focus on something and put out production that's way bigger than what you're probably doing right now. Okay. Danelle, I'm glad your heart's beating out of your chest. I love it. That's my goal today. Okay. Recruit 15 coaches a month minimum. Dixie, I know you can do that. I 100% know you can do that. Dixie is my homegirl, man. She just destroyed the art of recruiting in November. Absolutely destroyed, Dixie. I'm expecting really big stuff from you this year, okay? 40 coaches a month. That's what I'm talking about. I mean that, Dixie, okay? I'm expecting big things from you. And I don't say that to pressure you, although I kind of do. I say that because I believe in you, okay? Okay. Okay, guys, question number 3, and this is where it gets really, really fun. Now that you know what you need to do on a monthly basis, what do you need to accomplish weekly? Okay, now again, for those in multi-level marketing, this is hard to measure like rank advances in a week. Okay, so you don't necessarily need to say, well, every single week I'm going to rank advance to this. That's not even really always possible. But here's what I need you to do is take your sales numbers and your recruiting numbers from the month. So just divide them by 4. And now we have a laser focused weekly goal that we are going to aim for every single week. Write that number down. Debbie freaking out right now. It's okay, Debbie. It's okay. It's okay to be freaked out right now because there you go. 4 coaches a month, Debbie, for a new coach to do, just to be completely honest, is what all coaches should be doing. But most coaches never go through this process and they think it's totally okay to recruit 1 coach a month and hit Success Club 5. And it's not. It's not okay. Let me just say, it's not okay to just hit Success Club 5 and recruit one coach. Not okay. Imagine anyone in any business other than Beachbody making 3 sales a month and thinking that they're somehow going to have a successful business. Absolutely not. Yeah, you got it. You got it, Alicia. What will you need to accomplish weekly? This is hard to measure in rank advances, but at least take your sales numbers and your recruiting numbers and divide them by 4. And that's going to be your new weekly goal. Atta girl, Melissa. Atta girl. You can do it. You can do it. How the heck do you write a goal to sign 7 coaches a month when you can't even hit that a month? You know what? I'll tell you. Can I tell you how you write it? You grab your pen and you just write it. Okay? You just write it down. You just do it. Okay? This is supposed to be scary. Guys, hear me out for a second. Okay? Hear me out for a second. Remember how I told you earlier, I wrote down a goal of signing 10 clients in 1 month. Okay? At the time, I had 4 clients. 4. Okay? I had just spent an entire year only signing 2 clients. And then picked up a little momentum. I might have had 5 coaches or 5 clients at that time, actually. Okay. I had 5 clients over a matter of probably about 14 or 15 months. And I still set a goal for 10 clients in 1 month. It was crazy. It was absolutely ridiculous to think that there was any way in the world I could do that. But it forced me into doing all of the actions that I needed to do to make that happen. Okay. So you want me to sign 7 a week? I don't have a plan for you. This is your plan. Okay. I'm not asking you to sign 7 a week. I'm asking you to define what you believe it's going to take to get what you really want this year. That's all I'm doing. Okay. You are deciding if you're going to sign up 7 a week. Remember, your yearly goal, then think about what do I have to do in a month, and then break that down to what do I have to do in a week. Okay? And so that's up to you to decide. Okay, that's up to you to decide. I'm not giving you specific numbers. If I did, that wouldn't be true coaching. Okay, and that'd be stupid for me to even do because I don't know you or your situation or what you have done or what you're planning to do. Okay, so if you hit Success Club 20 to 30 per month, does your goal allow for it to be spread among you and your +2 coach downlines? Because to reach ranks, I have to assign some of my new challengers as coaches under my hubs. And okay, here's the thing, Danae, where you are getting a little more specific than what I can possibly help you do because I don't know how many business centers. Remember, I'm not asking you to do a certain number of anything. I'm asking you to decide, what do you need to do in a year? What do you want to do in a year? Okay. And based on what you want to do in a year, okay, what do you need to do each month? And what do you need to do each week? I'm not saying that anyone needs to sign 7 coaches or 10 coaches or any of that. That's for you to decide. Now, if you have a spouse's account that you need to get people under, then make that part of the plan. If you have a mom or dad's account, make that part of the plan. Okay. You know the specifics of what needs to happen in your business. I don't, because I don't know your business. Does that make sense? So if you say, I need to sign 5 coaches under myself and 2 coaches under my husband, then do that. But there's really no way for me to give you an exact number for each person. The whole point of the goal is to just decide what you need to do. Does that make sense at all? Hopefully you get that. Tanya said, This is unrealistic with the time I have set aside. I have a time problem, or do I let myself waste time? That's what we're going to find out, Tanya. Okay. We're going to find out, have you actually been using your time to push for your goals, or have you been abusing your time scrolling news feeds and not doing what's important? Okay. And again, guys, let me just say this and make this loud and clear. My job here is to coach you through creating the process. Okay. This is your plan. Okay. I'm guiding you through the plan. I don't own the plan. You own the plan. And it is okay to be a leader and to think for yourself and to adjust things. Okay. Does that make sense? It's okay. Okay. I am not here to coerce you into doing an exact number of certain things. This is what you said you want. And now you're coming up with a game plan to get what you want. Does that make sense? If at the end of a month, you say, you know what? I was trying to recruit 30 coaches a month, and based on the time that I have in my day, that's impossible. Again, you don't understand goals. The point of the goal is not for you to hit 30 coaches. The point of the goal is to create enough urgency to force you to do the right things. And if at the end of the month you only recruited 15 instead of 30, I'd be willing to bet money that that's still more coaches than you've ever recruited before, which means your business is moving further ahead than it's ever done before. And it's only a matter of time of doing those things over and over and over that you build up enough momentum that you get to a point where you do recruit 30 coaches. Does that make sense? The goal is not the point. The point is stretching yourself. Okay? I hope you understand that. Okay, back to recording. So now that you've wrote down these specific goals for the year, for the month, for the week, do you already see how much urgency you already feel? In fact, I would bet that some of you right now are just sitting on the edge of your seat trying to figure out how in the world you're going to make this happen. You feel so uncomfortable right now. Good. That's exactly where I want you. I want you uncomfortable. I want you on the edge of your seat. I want you trying to figure out, how in the world can I even make this happen? See, the problem is, if you've never felt this way before, you've never really found out what you're actually capable of. Did you know that something like 75% of football games are won in the last 2 minutes of the game? Why do we love that last minute comeback? You see, when people are put in a position where they are forced to either perform or lose, that's when we really, really find out what people are capable of. That's when we really find out what's on the inside of you. If you've never set goals like this before, my guess is you have no idea what your true potential is. It's my job to help you discover that true potential and to live up to your full potential. In the next module, I'm going to be walking you through how to set this up into a daily game plan, okay? If there's no daily game plan, none of this really matters, okay? Because you can have urgency and focus, but if you don't focus on the right things, you're never going to get there. So in the next module, I'm going to walk you through how to take your weekly plan and break it down into a daily activity list that you're going to do over, and we're going to take all of the brain work out of it completely. All right. I hope you guys are excited. I know you're nervous. I know you want to throw up. That's totally okay. That means we are on the right path. My name is Josh Coates. I am your push coach, and I'm so excited to help you reach your potential. All right, guys, we are done with that module, which was called New Mindset. I know I didn't say that at the beginning, but that one was called New Mindset. I'm going to get a sip of coffee. We have 2 modules left, okay? And it's almost 3 o'clock Central. So did I not warn you I might go a little over? I think I warned you, right? How you guys doing? Are you guys hanging in there? Are you guys still alive? Are you still with me? We still have 154 people on live. I know some people have had to drop off. And cut and scene. Okay. Good. I'm glad you are excited, Ashley. I'm glad. That coffee looks so effing good. They were actually out of nitro today, which is really weird. So I just have an iced latte. It is just espresso and almond milk. I'm feeling so good. I might do a second workout today. Yes. Who's with me? Who wants to do a second workout today? I still owe Lux Republic a workout video, a very special workout video. So you guys heard that Raina was talking about how they got 38 people to Success Club. Well, earlier in the month, I made a bet with them that if they could get 15 people to Success Club by the 15th, that I would do a, I think it's called Fitness Marshall. Yeah, that I would do a, that I would go live on Facebook and do a Fitness Marshall workout. So yes. And I promised them, I didn't get it done last week like I was supposed to, because I was so busy, like I mentioned earlier, pushing for my end of the year goal. But this week I'll be creating a Facebook event for it, so that anyone on the planet can come watch and experience this live. I'm going to be doing Fitness Marshall live on Facebook. You guys are going to get to laugh really hard because I cannot dance. I cannot dance. All right, let's keep cranking this out. I was going to take a pee break, but we will wait till after this one, okay? Okay. This module is actually pretty simple, actually, okay? All right, let's do it. All right, welcome to the next module. My name is Josh Coates, and I am your push coach. So we have walked through your life vision, your life mission. We have walked through having a brand new mindset where we are going to create urgency and focus to help you get more results in the same amount of time. I hope you're already excited. I hope you're already pumped. I hope you've got your game plan all written out. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to walk you through how to churn your weekly goals into daily activity lists. Okay. Now this is so important. I mentioned this on the last module, but I want to mention this again. Where there is no plan, we fall into our comfort zone. Here's the thing. If you don't take time to plan out your day and to plan out the activities you're going to do, you will automatically find yourself falling into your comfort zone. Now that means you end up wasting precious time and energy. And this is one of the #1 things that leaves people frustrated in their business is they think they work several hours. The truth is they don't even do the right things. They really weren't working. Okay. So I want to walk you through creating a daily game plan. And I've created 2 different customizable game plans. Okay. Now, one of them is going to be for what I call people that are in the building mode. One is going to be for people that are in the expansion mode. And within each of these daily game plans, you're going to be able to customize it to what you're willing to do based on your goals per day. Okay. I'm not going to tell you exactly how much of each activity to do. What my plan is to help you understand what the right activities are. Now, it's going to be up to you to actually determine how much of each of those activities you're willing to do and you're willing to commit to. Okay? It's not my job to tell you you should have 10 conversations a day or 100 conversations a day. I don't know what your yearly goal is. I don't know what your monthly goal is. I don't know what your weekly goal is. I'm not going to assume that I know how many conversations you need to have. I'm going to trust in you because, as we say on the John Maxwell team, everyone has everything they will ever need living on the inside. It is not my job to tell you what to do. It is simply my job to give you some direction and then draw out of you and trust that you really do have what you need on the inside. And that's really where true leadership is developed, when you start trusting your own inside. Okay? So number one, we have the building mode. Okay? Now the building mode is what I was in that second year that I mentioned in the last module, where I was setting specific monthly goals of signing 10 new clients a month and then setting these weekly goals. At that point, guys, my business was not even really profitable, okay? I was still working a full-time job. And my main goal that year was to just build up enough revenue to quit my job, okay? So we have two modes here. We have building mode and we have expansion mode. I'm going to walk you through building mode and then I'll explain and touch on expansion mode. Building mode means I don't have a full-time income. I don't have a lot of time to work my business, usually, although sometimes there are exceptions to that. I don't really have any momentum or resources to use to my advantage. That second year, okay, when I took my business from making, like at the beginning of the year, I was literally making like $100 a month off of my business. Okay. By the end of the year, I had actually made $46,000 working my business part-time. It was 100% hustle. Okay. When you are in building mode, I didn't have money to do Facebook ads. Okay. I didn't have money to do advertising. I didn't have money to even create a website. I didn't have money for a new laptop. Here's the thing. Too many people try to skip building mode. They try to go straight into expansion mode, which I'll touch on in a minute. They try to look for ways around hustling. Here's the thing, guys. There's no replacement for hustle. You have to earn the right to work smarter. Now, let me explain this. Some people say work smarter, not harder. And some people really take that out of context and say, well, that means I should invest all of my money in Facebook ads and marketing and creating all of these things that will create things for me. That's something you have to earn. When you are in building mode, hustle is the only thing that you have, and you need to commit your time to the hustle. Okay? Now, if you hustle long enough, again, still doing the right things, you're not wasting time. Okay? I'm going to give you what I believe are the right things. Over time, okay, by the end of my second year, I was able to quit my full-time job. At that point, I was making monthly the equivalent of a six-figure income. And now I said, okay, now I have some resources on my side. I have time on my side because I don't have to go to work every day anymore. I've got momentum on my side, and I've learned lots of valuable lessons through the hustle of what really benefits the most. Now I can go into expansion mode. Now, at the time, I didn't really have a name for it. I don't know why, to be honest. I understood this. I really don't even know why. Sometimes I can just instinctively feel things. John Maxwell calls it the law of intuition. And what that says is that a leader sometimes has a natural intuition where you just know things, you know transitions that need to be made instinctively. And I have a really good instinct when it comes to things like this. And I just knew in my business, I've hustled this hard to get here, but now I can't get comfortable here. I got to find ways to expand to go beyond what my own time and my own energy can produce. Okay. So in year 3, which was the beginning of this year, I made a commitment to learn to completely devour Facebook ads and how to get those to profit for me. In that process, it took like 3 months of watching videos from my man, Zach Spuckler. If you don't know who he is and you need work on, if you're not in expansion mode, don't you go download his stuff, but you're in expansion mode, Zach Spuckler, heartsoulhustle.com. He's the man, okay? He is actually, I hired him to work with him one-on-one. He's actually helping me now to expand even beyond just Facebook ads. But I committed to Facebook ads. I went through his videos. I set aside an hour every single day to learning Facebook ads. It took me about 3 months to get to where I really understood it and started making profit off of it. But because of my Facebook ads, I have now reached over 250,000 people this year with just one of my ads about the art of recruiting, which is one of my popular trainings that I offer. I'm about to do the exact same thing with ads for this training. Reached over 250,000. That ad alone, okay, I'm going to talk some numbers here. Nobody get weird with me. That ad alone makes $4,000 or $5,000 a month for me. Now, that's what I used to make from a full-time job. Now, here's the thing, guys. When you are in building mode, I need you to not allow yourself to be distracted by these things like Facebook ads, websites, trying to make too many YouTube videos. I need you to just focus in on some very simple tasks that I'm going to walk you through in a second. But there is this third phase that I've seen many people mistakenly fall into, and I call it the gap mode. This is people that hustled for a really long time, long enough to build up a full-time income where they had momentum, they had resources, and they had energy. They had all these things built up that were in their advantage. And instead of transitioning into expansion mode, where they looked for new ways to keep that momentum going without having to spend all of their time and energy and hustle, they fall into what I call the gap mode, which is where they get burnt out on the hustle. And so they stop hustling because they think they've earned the right to take it easy. When you think you've earned the right to take it easy, you are at the beginning of a dark place. Because instead of growing and expanding, you decided to let yesterday's work create your tomorrow. Yesterday's work will never create your tomorrow. Today is always, what you do today is always creating your tomorrow. So I'm going to walk you guys through some specific action steps, okay? And these action steps are going to be available in basically what we're going to do is in the Facebook group, there will be a tracker where your name is going to get added in there. And these activities that I'm about to walk you through are going to be available in there. You are going to be responsible for going in daily and checking off the activities that you do. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in the next module. I'm actually working on getting an app put together where this will be streamlined and way easier. I don't have it ready yet, but I'm hoping to have it ready before this even first month of training is over, okay? So let me walk you through these two different phases. They're so important, guys. They really are. And they're more simple than you could even imagine. They really are, okay? It's supposed to be simple. It's not supposed to be complicated. It's supposed to be simple. It's not easy, okay? Like my good friend Carly Del Carlo says, it's not easy, but it is simple, okay? If you are in building mode, write these things down. And these will be available for you later, but write these things down. In building mode, number one, you need to be a product of your product, okay? Now, this is very easy for my health and fitness coaches, for all of you out there. Man, this means you need to be doing your workouts. You need to be sticking to your meal plan. You need to be taking your supplements. This is a little trickier for people who maybe are outside of the health and fitness industry, but the main point, product of your product, means this: be a user of the thing you sell. Okay? I technically sell personal development and business training, which means I have to constantly be on my game of reading and listening to personal development and business development so that I can stay ahead of the people that I'm training. And I can make sure that they respect me because they see me continuing to progress. Number one, product of your product. Number two is connecting with people. Okay. Now I've split this into two different things for you. Connecting. I got static again. Awesome. Maybe hopefully my editor can clean that up for me. Okay. Number two is connecting. Now I have split that up into a couple different things. Okay. For all of my people in building mode, I want you to keep it this simple. As far as connecting goes, I want you to post on social media and I want you to start new conversations. Super easy. Okay. I want you to post on social media. I want you to start new conversations. Okay. The third thing is you need to do what we call invites. Now, there's a difference between starting a conversation and actually inviting. Starting a conversation is, hey, how you doing? We haven't chatted in a while. Just wanted to see how you're doing. That's starting a conversation. An invite is, hey, we've been talking for the last couple of days, and I wanted to see if you might be interested in my next group, whatever the opportunity is you're trying to offer. An invite actually asks someone to join. Does that make sense? Sorry if I have static, guys. I really don't know what to do to fix it. Just bear with me, and if I have to re-record later, I will. Okay? Now, the fourth thing that you've got to do is personal development. Okay? This is making sure you set aside time every single day, okay? Every single day to learn and to grow. I always say our outward success, expression of inward growth. If you aren't working on you, it does not matter how many times you try to post and how many times you try to invite. You have to personally be growing as an individual in your confidence, okay, in your leadership. And as you are growing on the inside, all of these other things become more productive. So here's the thing. This is how simple it is. Most of you already knew all of these things. Your problem is not that you didn't know what to do. Your problem is you haven't been doing it, or you haven't been doing it enough, or you haven't been doing all of them. Okay? A lot of you are product of the product. A lot of you are connecting. Very few of you are actually inviting. Some of you are doing personal development. Here's your next thing, okay? If you are someone who is in building mode, someone who is not making a full-time income, does not have resources and momentum on your side, this is what I need you to do. Next to each one of these things, I need you to write down how much time or how many of that you're going to do. So for instance, product of your product. I need you to write down how much time a day you're going to put into being a product of the product. Okay? Connecting, I split into posting and starting new conversations. I need you to write down how many times a day are you going to commit to posting? How many new conversations a day are you going to commit to starting? Number 3 is invite. I need you to write down specifically how many invites a day are you going to send out? And number 4 is personal development. How much time a day are you going to devote to that? This is how you are going to be graded in this group. And this is how you will have a chance to win back $50 plus a piece of the pot. Is I've already made this up on a checklist. Now, here's the thing. I'm trusting your honesty. Okay? I'm trusting I'm not going to go through and put down the exact number next to each of these things because I'm letting you decide. It's your year, it's your month, it's your week, it's your day. You're going to decide how many times a day you're going to post, how many new conversations a day you're going to start, and how many invites a day you're going to do. Okay? You're going to decide those things, not me. Okay? Because if I were to decide it, I may set the bar at a level you can't even fathom yet, or I may start it low. I may set it lower. Who knows? I don't know. This is your job. Okay? I want you to write those numbers down. If you need to, pause this video, write those numbers down right now of what you're going to commit to. Okay? I do want to give you this one little tip. Okay? I want you to make sure, okay, of all the things you are doing, your new conversations and your invites are the two most important parts of actually moving your business forward. Now, that doesn't mean you should skip out on the others at all, ever, okay? But if you have big goals, don't you dare write down, I'm going to do 2 invites a day, okay? Don't you dare. The reason you have failed at your goals before is probably because you haven't done enough conversations and invites, okay? A good chunk of your time needs to be spent on conversations and invites, not on posting. Although posting is important, sales are not made through posts. They're made through conversations and invites, okay? Take a second to write that down. Sorry if it's staticky, guys. I apologize. I'm not really sure why. I might just have a bad connection with my microphone or something. Can you guys still hear me okay, though? Can you at least understand what I'm saying? Ah, it's that bad? Can still hear me? Okay, cool. As long as you can at least hear me, I will keep rolling. And if I need to re-record for other people later, I totally will. You guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging with me and helping me out today. Seriously. Do you know how bad it would have sucked to record this entire thing, number 1, by myself? Ugh, such a horrible day. Or number 2, have crap go wrong and not have anyone to tell me that it was going wrong. That would suck too. Okay, good. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for being understanding. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I love you, love you, love you. Still have 149 people on. That's awesome. Okay, now I want to go over expansion mode. Now, expansion mode is specifically for people who have a full-time income, okay? Who do this for a living. You got some time on your side. You've got some energy on your side. You've got some resources on your side. So let me start off first by saying that one of the biggest mistakes of having all that thing in your advantage is thinking that you don't have to hustle anymore. You were hoping I was going to teach you a way to continue building your business without ever hustling again, and that's not the case. Here's what we do, is we keep doing the things that got us to where we are, but we maybe don't have to do as much of those things because we're going to devote some of our time and energy into things that will keep that going without our presence. I mentioned Facebook ads earlier. That's one of the things you can do. There are many different ways to build what most online entrepreneurs call a funnel. And a funnel is simply a way of getting people into you, in contact with you, without you having to personally send them a message or reach out to them. Okay? We're not going to eliminate the hustle. What we're going to do is split up our time a little more evenly to where it's not 100% hustle, to where it's not going to kill us. Okay? If you're trying to have 500 conversations a day for the rest of your life, you're going to get pretty burnt out. Okay. So what we're trying to do is continue enough of the hustle. Okay. Enough of the hustle to keep our numbers that we currently have coming in while setting aside some of our time to create a new form of momentum that will eventually meet up with the momentum we have and just become this incredible force. Okay. When I speak on team calls and connect with more influential people and kill it with my Facebook ads and my webinars, it just explodes. It just absolutely explodes. If I remove one or the other, I lose quite a bit. It's still solid, it's still good, but it's only a matter of time before it caves off. Okay. So if you're in expansion mode, number one, your list is going to be a little bit more lengthy because remember, you have more time. Okay. Number one, you're still going to be a product of your product. You never, ever, ever, ever earn the right to stop setting the right example with your product. Okay. Number two, you are still going to connect. In fact, your connecting gets a little wider because now you probably have a large team. In connecting, you're still going to post. You're still going to do new conversations, but we're going to add on connecting with your team. Now, that doesn't mean that if you're in building mode, you never take the time to connect with your team. But when you're in expansion mode, you need to be a little more intentional about daily some type of check-in or activity with your team. Okay. So in expansion mode, we have number one is a product. Number two is connect, which we're splitting up into posting, new convos, and connecting with your team. Okay. Number three is still invite. You don't get to quit inviting, unfortunately. Okay. Now, number four, here's where we have a few options. We can do personal development or what I call leadership development. At this point in your business, what I want you to start thinking about is, yes, I still need personal development, but I also need to mix in some leadership development. I need to read some books that specifically challenge me to be a better leader. And let me, some of you are like, that's the same thing, isn't it? And it's not. Personal development is how you motivate yourself. Leadership development is how you motivate others. It's two completely different games, guys. Sometimes I motivate myself by looking in the mirror and literally just ripping myself. Come on, bro, you can do this. You got this. And I literally go off on myself sometimes because I'm a competitive person and I need that competition. I kind of like, in other words, I kind of know how to coach myself. But the same thing that motivates me is not necessarily the same thing that motivates you. Leadership development is me learning how to speak other people's languages, how to connect with them, how to influence with them, and to help them collectively as a team. I hope that makes sense. Now, the fifth thing, and this is the biggest thing. Some of you in the expansion mode, you're like, this still seems really simple. I'm not even learning anything. This honestly isn't about learning anything. It's about implementing what you know you should be doing, but maybe haven't been doing. But number five, to me, this is the game changer. This is what's been the biggest game changer for my business in expansion mode, is what I call business development. Now, let me explain the difference. Personal development is how you motivate yourself. Okay, changing your own mindset and the way you view the world. Leadership development is how you motivate and help others. Business development is specific learning that helps you come up with strategies to grow your business. Now, again, I mentioned creating a funnel earlier. Business development is anything that helps you expand the business without using your own time and your own energy. So let me give you a few examples. I've given to you about Facebook ads, email marketing, Instagram ads or shout for shouts, any type of paid thing on Instagram that creates its own momentum from a post, a YouTube channel, really, I mean, I know there's many, many more ways. Those are probably the 4 most common types. Okay. Obviously, there's creating a freemium, which is a part of email marketing. Okay. So here's the thing. If you're in expansion mode, number 1, product of the product. How much time a day are you going to set aside? Number 2, connecting. How many posts a day are you going to do? How many conversations a day are you going to do? How much time a day are you going to spend specifically connecting with your team? And that includes one-on-one calls. That includes team calls, team trainings. I want you to write down a specific amount of time per day you are going to devote to team interaction. Okay? Very important, because most people don't do that. Most people just kind of wing it and do it whenever. 3 is invites. How many invites a day are you going to send? 4, personal development or leadership development. How much time a day are you going to designate to that? And 5, business development. How much time a day are you going to set aside to learn about and implement your funnel? And this, guys, if you are in expansion mode or needing to be in expansion mode, number 5 is an absolute game changer. Okay. I want you to think about it this way. Of the things that I mentioned, or maybe something else you've heard of that you've been interested in, what is the number 1 thing you feel like you should be doing? Most of you kind of already know, like you have this thing, yeah, I've been wanting to do this forever. What is the number 1 thing you could be or should be doing to really expand your business? And I really want you to even think about, what's the place that I'm already killing it? Okay. What's the place I'm already killing it? For instance, for me, I was killing it the most. Most of my business was being done on Facebook. So it only made sense, if I'm already killing it on Facebook, why not grow and expand my business on Facebook? Okay. Instagram, to be honest, I don't do very good on Instagram. I'm not going to invest a bunch of money into a place I don't do very well. Does that make sense? Now that I've conquered Facebook ads, now I've actually moved on to email marketing, and I'm starting to tackle that. Don't try to tackle more than one place at a time. One place until you master it. Okay. And then you can move on to another one. Okay. But think about, where am I already killing it? And is there a way I can invest money into killing it even more in that place? But now, without having to spend all of my time and energy, I can use my money to get my name spread instead of my time and energy. I hope that makes sense. Okay. So 1 was product. 2 was connect, which includes posting new convos, connecting with team. 3 was invite. 4 was personal development or leadership development. 5 was business development. Another thing that I want you to consider is, if you're using something else, your business development, if you're creating a funnel, you don't have to do as many invites and convos as you used to. You need to decide, how many convos and invites a day do I need to do to keep this momentum going? Okay, without losing momentum. I don't want you to cut it down to something so little that you lose your momentum, but I also don't want you to feel like you have to do as many invites and convos as you used to once you've got this new funnel up and going. But I also want to warn you, it's going to take 2 or 3 months to really learn this new thing that you're trying to implement. So don't just cut back on your conversations and your invites immediately. Okay, give it some time for your funnel to kind of take off. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that's building mode and expansion mode. Please do not fall into the gap mode and burn yourself out. It will suck. Okay, now here's the thing that I learned from one of my new favorite books called The 12-Week Year. If you can do 85% of the activities that you commit to, you will see great results. So here's the thing. You have set out your own numbers of how many of each of these activities a day you're going to do. The way you are going to be graded in this group is, did you do this month, okay, over the next 4 weeks, did you do 85% of each one of those activities? In other words, if you're in building mode, did you do 85% of your days? If there's, I guess technically it's a 4-week group, so it's only 28 days. Okay. Were you a product of your product 85% of those days? Okay. So if you're a health and fitness coach, okay, if you don't work out, and the tracker is actually only set up Monday through Saturday. Okay. Sunday is a free day for everybody. Okay. Monday through Saturday, did you do 85% of your workouts through the month? If you didn't, guess what? You didn't score a point there. Okay. On Connect, did you do 85% of the posts you committed to? Did you do 85% of the new convos you committed to? If not, you don't score. Did you do 85% of the invites you committed to? Did you do 85% of the personal development you committed to? Now, with the tracker, okay, there's going to be one spot to mark off for each one of these activities. You do not mark off that you did that activity unless you did the full activity that you committed to. Let me explain this. I know this is maybe seeming a little confusing, and maybe I'll make an extra video on just how to understand how this works. If you said, I'm going to post 3 times a day, okay? Under posting, if you only did 2 posts that day, you don't check that you completed your task because you didn't. Okay, does that make sense? It's not about completing 85% of your conversations today. It's about completing 100% of your conversations on at least 85% of the days. Okay, to just make it simple, either you did your 3 convos today or you didn't. If you did your 3 convos today, go ahead and put a check in the box that you did what you said you would do. If you did anything less than what you said you were going to do, you do not put a check mark in that box for that day. Does that make sense? If you said, I'm going to invite 5 people a day, and you only did 4 invites that day, you do not get to check off the box. You did not do what you said you were going to do. I hope that makes sense. Okay. So each day on Monday, there's going to be a product of your product. Did you do your full commitment? Yes or no, leave it blank. Connect, posting. If you committed to 3 posts a day, if you did your 3 posts, you check it off as done. If you didn't, you leave it blank. On starting new conversations, if you said, I'm going to start 10 new conversations, if you only started 7 new conversations, you leave it blank. If you did 10 or more, you make a check mark. On invites, if you said I was going to do 5 invites, but I only did 1, you don't check it off. If you did all 5 or more, you check it off. Personal development, if you committed to 20 minutes and you only did 10 minutes, you don't check it off. If you did 20 minutes, you check it off. You do not get to combine Monday with Tuesday. You don't get to say, well, I only did 7 of my 10 invites on Tuesday, but I made up for it on Wednesday. You don't get to make up for it. You either showed up 100% in that area that day, or you don't get credit for it at all. Does that make sense? I know that sounds harsh, but guys, you own a freaking business. It's supposed to be harsh. This isn't kindergarten. This isn't Sunday school. You're a freaking entrepreneur. It's time to step up and do the things you said you would do. And at the end of the month, we will go through to look over each activity. Now, we'll be checking in more often on that just to make sure people aren't trying to go in and mark off stuff from 4 days ago, okay? You have a 1-day grace period. If you wake up on Wednesday and realize you didn't check off Monday, it's too late. You do not get to go back, okay? You're grown adults. If you can't check in every day, that's on you. That is not on me. Okay, you have 1-day grace period. So on Tuesday, at the end of the day, I'll be checking in on Mondays. On Wednesday, at the end of the day, I'll be checking in on Tuesdays. If it's Wednesday and you're trying to mark crap on Monday, I'm sorry. No, you missed your window. There is no more than 24 hours of grace. That's just all there is to it. Okay? Now, at the end of the month, We will go through each one of your activities, okay? And you, in order to get your $50 back plus a piece of the pot, have to do 85%. In other words, you have to have 85% of the days checked off. And let me just do the math for you so you'll know exactly what that is. Okay, we're 28 days. We got 28 days times 85%. 23.8. Okay, so 23 days. Okay, if you have marked off that you were a product of your product 23 of the 28 days, it will count. Same with connecting, same with inviting, same with personal development. If you do 85% of your product, your posting, your new conversations, and your inviting, but do not do 85% of your personal development, you don't get your $50. You have to do 23 days worth. And actually, I'm sorry, there's 28 days in the group. I apologize, but you have Sundays off. So technically it's only 24 days that you have to check in. 24 times 85% is actually 20, okay? It's 20. If you do not check off that you did at least 20 of your days worth of every single category, you do not get $50 back. Let me explain it again because I know it's kind of confusing. You have to check in that you did 100% of your product at least 20 of the days. Okay, that you did your posting at least 20 of the days, that you started your new conversations at least 20 of the days, that you did your invites at least 20 of your days, and your personal development at least 20 of the days. And that is the only way you get $50 back plus a piece of the pot. Okay, I hope I've made that plain and clear. I do not want anyone at the end of this, I'm adding this to the recording, I do not want anyone at the end to say, Josh, but I did 85% of my activities and I didn't get my money back. It's not about doing 85% of your activities. It's 85% of each activity. Does that make sense? If you do 100% of your workouts, posting, and new conversations and invites, but don't do any personal development at all, you failed. You don't get your money back. It's 85% of each and every activity on your list, okay? And I'm trusting you that if you said you were going to do 5 invites a day, that on week 2, you don't change your mind and cut it down to 2 invites a day, okay? What you have wrote down right now, this is the honor system. I'm trusting that you are a grown adult and aren't going to change that number as the weeks go by to make it easier on yourself. Is that understood? Can I trust you to be a grown adult? Is that okay? All right, good. I hope this made sense to you. I hope that you have a new excitement because you're understanding the kind of work you're going to have to put in over the next 4 weeks to get what you really want. You see, if you don't understand the kind of work it takes, that's the battle's already done. You lost. You've got to put on paper a daily plan so that you really, really know what it takes to get what you want. It is not easy, but it is simple. And if you stick to these things, you will get results. I'm sure you are already in your head going, holy crap, if I actually do all of this, my business will move forward. I hope that you are ready to kill it. We only have one module left where we are going to talk about accountability. So we're going to go over accountability in the next module to help you understand why we have these daily check-ins and what it's going to do for your business, but also the responsibility that you are going to take to growing your business. My name is Josh Coates. I am your push coach. We are almost ready to get this thing started. All right, guys. For those of you talking about Team Z, way cool. However, let me just be clear here, guys. Even if you're using something like Team Z, you still have to come into the Facebook group for this group and still mark your checkoffs, okay? You can't send me your Teamsy report at the end of the month, okay? What was module number 5? Is that the one I just did? Plan and priorities. Module number 5 was called Plan and Priorities. Got some note takers that they have to know the name of the module. Now, module number 6 is going to be called Accountability. Okay. Some of you, I think, maybe are seeing the modules as different. I counted the welcome as module 1. That was module 1 was the welcome. Module 2 was vision. Module 3 was mission. Module 4 was new mindset. Module 5 was plan and priorities. Module 6 is accountability, and that will be our final one. Okay. Can't get downloaded. Okay, guys, I am going to go pee real quick, and then we are going to do the final module, and then you guys are going to get started on killing this month. How many of you see from what we've been through today, how big of a difference this is going to make in your business? Just drop a comment in here real quick. Somebody has a frozen session. Is anybody else here? Are you guys here with me? Are you here? Will you post these in the group? What are these? The you mean the modules? Is that what you're asking? If I'm gonna yes, P, yes, P. Cool. Beautiful. Someone asked where we plug in the numbers. So here's the thing. We're going to have a spreadsheet, and it's going to have your name on it, the day of the week, and the activities. Okay. Your numbers won't actually get plugged in. That's where I said you are going to be, this is an honor system. Okay. You are responsible as a grown adult for knowing the numbers that you have wrote down. Okay. So if you said you're going to do 5 invites, you don't need to write down 5 anywhere. If you did your 5 invites, you just put a check mark under invites. Okay. We will start logging everything tomorrow. Okay. Today, so technically the tracker includes today, but because we spent the entire day on a session and planning out, and some people are working today and going to come home and go through it all today, today will be a 100% grace day. Okay. So today will not actually count towards your check-ins. Obviously, if you want to get started today, I highly encourage it. Okay, I'm going to go pee real quick and I'll be right back. Hopefully I answered those questions that people are asking. Do invites to a free group count as well? So Danielle, that's kind of a tricky question. Do invites to a free group count as well? And I'm going to go ahead and say no. Not because you shouldn't be doing them. Okay? Not because you shouldn't be doing them, but because that should be the invites that you're counting toward in this group should be invites that would make you money. Okay. Obviously you can do more invites for free groups, but the invites that you're checking off need to be invites toward a paid group. Okay. Because if all you do all month long is invite people to free groups, you're not going to make money. Okay. That's not to say you shouldn't be inviting to free groups, but that needs to be in addition to what you're doing here. Okay. Someone asked if we are being charged for this. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that question. What were the modules again? The modules were, module 1 was welcome. Module 2 was vision. Module 3 was mission. Module 4 was new mindset. Module 5 was plan and priorities. And then the very last one, module 6, is going to be called accountability. Okay. I'm going to go pee and I'll be right back and we'll finish this thing up. Okay, I am back. I am back. How many of you guys are enjoying this so far? You guys like doing this whole day together and everything live? Is this cool? I hope you're enjoying it. Because I'm really, really scared that even watching right now, my lips are off from my audio. I'm really scared that this is going to lag and I'm going to have to re-record everything. So I hope this live session has been cool for you. Sooner dinner time, but I don't want to leave. Good, good, good. Now, don't let what I said earlier about the free groups keep you from doing free groups. Free groups are still really, really important, okay? That's just stuff you need to be doing in addition to this, okay? What happens if you break your Facebook and it won't let you message anymore? Go live, message on Instagram, message through email, text message people. Find a way to do what you need to do, okay? Find a way. And then I would also research and find out how many messages you're actually allowed to send a day and stop going over their limit. Okay, we're about to do the very last module. Audio lag happens here or there, but your lips and audio catch up. Okay, good, good. Thank you, thank you. All right, cool. Welcome to our very last module together. I hope you're excited. I hope you are pumped. I hope you are ready to put in some action. My name is Josh Coates and I am your push coach. And the last thing I want to talk to you about before we just absolutely kick this month in the face is accountability. Now, accountability is so, so important, but also completely misunderstood by so many people. Now, here's the thing. This group was created to give you a positive environment, and to surround you with a whole bunch of other people that are on the same kind of journey as you are. But here's where I think people completely misunderstand accountability. People think that accountability means I need you to keep me in check so that I will do what I'm supposed to do. In other words, they see accountability almost as depending on someone else to get them where they need to go. And that is not how accountability works. Accountability is where we create an environment for you to have success, but you are still 100% responsible for your success. Now, when I start working with a new client, I've actually gotten to where I send them an email, and in the very first email, before they even set up their payments with me, I say something like this in the email. I say, I want you to understand that it is not my job to make you successful. I cannot make anyone successful. There is no amount of training in the world that could make me so talented that I could make you successful. At the end of the day, it is your job to be successful. It is my job to simply stretch you and to help you push for what you know you should be doing. Okay? I don't make my clients successful. I don't make people in my training group successful. The only thing I do is pass on to you what has helped me to be successful, but you are still 100% in control of your destiny. And I want you to understand this from the beginning, because I've had people in groups before that get a little offended that I don't come in and pat everyone on the back with every comment they make. I want you to understand something about this group, okay? I did not create this group because I have time to pat 1,000 people on the back every single day. I have about 1,000 people in a cumulative in my training groups now. There is no way in the world I could possibly check in on 1,000 people every single day. This group is not for me to be your personal cheerleader. And I hope you don't take offense to that, because I don't mean it in any offensive way. My only point is that I need to let you know at the beginning that whether or not you show up every single day in this group has everything to do with your commitment, okay? I created this system for you because I care about you. But it doesn't mean that I'm responsible for making sure you stick to the system. And let me give you an example from my own personal life of kind of what this accountability has looked like for me. I joined the John Maxwell team almost 3 years ago, okay? Now, when I went to my first live certification, all of our training is done through phone calls and videos, a lot like this one, okay? And when I went to my first live certification, this is where you get to meet John Maxwell. He's actually present in person. And I was so excited. I was ready to walk up to him, to shake his hand, to tell him how much I loved him, how much I appreciated him, how much he's changed my life, maybe tell him my favorite quotes from his books. I thought we were just going to sit down and have like a 20-minute conversation together. You know what happened? I got there and there were about a couple thousand other people also there who also wanted to shake his hand, who also wanted to meet him, who also wanted to have a good time with him. Now, because John Maxwell is so awesome, he set up time for us to be able to come through, meet him, and get our picture taken with him. Again, I thought I was going to shake his hand, have a nice long or at least a short conversation with him. What happened was instead, I walked up, I shook his hand, smiled. I told him, John, thank you so much for changing my life. They took a snap of the picture, and then the guy in charge of the picture line said, okay, next. And I thought, oh crap, that's it? That's all I got? And part of me was really disappointed. And at first, for a couple seconds, I even kind of took offense to it. So I paid multiple thousands of dollars to sign up for this guy's training, for him to be my mentor, to even be on his team. And I get 2 seconds of his time. For 5 seconds, maybe 5 seconds, I thought that way. And then I realized If this guy had time to talk to every single person who has signed up for his team, every single person that has read his books, every single person he's had an impact on, I wouldn't want him to be my mentor because he wouldn't be doing anything big and special. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't talk to people, we shouldn't meet people. I'm sure he has lots of people in his life that he does make time for like that, but he doesn't have time for everyone like that. And it made me stop and think and really change the way I thought about mentors and about accountability. John Maxwell did not call me every day to ask how my business was going. He did not call me once a month to check in on my goals. Now, Josh, what's your goal for this month? Can I help you with that real quick? Josh, what are you struggling with? Here's what he did. He took everything he has learned, everything that he has had growing pains through, that he's had to cry through, bleed through, sweat through, and he put it into a very simple training that gives me access to him that he doesn't have time to personally give to me. So he created resources for me so that I could still get a piece of him. I am forever grateful. It has changed my life forever. So here's the thing. I hope you don't take offense to this because I do not mean it in a mean way, but I want you to understand there's no possible way. In our first month alone, we have, I believe, about 400 people in this group. Maybe even growing from that by the time you watch this. There's no way I could possibly read 400 people's end of year goal, monthly goal, weekly goal, daily activity plan. It would be impossible. And if I did, my one-on-one clients wouldn't get what they're paying for. They pay a lot of money to spend time with me one-on-one. So here's the thing. I'm going to ask you to appreciate this system that I've created the same way I appreciate the system that John Maxwell created for me. This system, this environment that I've created for you has the ability to change your life forever. But if you're looking for a cheerleader, if you're looking for someone to pat you on the back every single day and tell you, great job, I'm so glad you did your activities today. That's not the kind of group that this is. And if you need that, I have to wonder if you're an entrepreneur. I have to wonder if you're a business owner. See, we are entrepreneurs. We are business owners, okay? I don't need someone to check on me every single day. Now, do I have certain people in my life that do? Yes, absolutely. And I pay them very, very good money to do that. Okay? Here's the thing about accountability. Accountability is you making a promise to do something and then you living up to it and putting yourself in an environment that is going to challenge you to do that. Okay? Let me help you with my very favorite analogy that you've probably heard me use 100 times. I'm going to use it 100 more times. I can take a flower seed and I can plant it in my front yard. And even if it doesn't get the perfect amount of water or the perfect amount of sunshine, it can still grow into a beautiful flower. But I take that same seed and I plant it on the pavement of my driveway and I can water it and give it sunshine for millions of years. It will never, ever grow. Which tells me that the environment is the most important part of our growth process. I hope that this group becomes the environment that you plant yourself in that sets you up for success by simply following the very simple daily action plan that I've helped you set up. But at the end of the day, if you don't stick to this, it's not my fault. It's not the training's fault. It's not the people in the group's fault. You need to take responsibility right now for your business the same way I took responsibility for my business. Okay? That is true accountability. Saying, I'm going to do this, and then committing to making it happen, not depending on other people to make it happen for you. So with that being said, Are you ready to take your business to a whole new level? Are you ready to make a commitment to yourself, to your family, to the people you're going to impact, to your future, to the world, to do what you know you need to do to move your business forward? Here's the cool thing. If you do, I'm going to reward you. You are going to get $50 back at the end of the month, plus a piece of the pot from all the people who don't do their part. Guys, this group is about to change your life if you let it. So I'm going to encourage you, plug in every single day. Make sure and check in. Mark off your activities. You'll have a 24-hour grace period to mark off each day's activities. Remember, if you did 100% of that activity, mark it off. If you did any less, don't mark it off. Everyone, let's be honest. Let's not change our numbers throughout the month. Let's absolutely destroy this month together. Because at the end of this month, I'm going to be picking 2 people that I believe had the most significant growth in their business this month, and you are going to get a really cool prize. Each month, the prize will change. Sometimes it may be some custom Nikes. Sometimes it may be some really awesome, clothing, whatever it is. It'll always be something really cool. Every single month, 2 people are going to get picked to get prizes above and beyond the $50 plus the piece of the pot. Okay? I'm excited for you. I'm excited for your future. And let me just say that I am absolutely honored to get to be a mentor in your life. I am absolutely honored to get to be a piece of your journey and to equip and empower you to go on to live your legacy. I love you. I believe in you. My name is Josh Coates, and I am your push coach. Have a great day. All right, guys. So some of you didn't know about that $50. Oh, cool. Awesome. We are all done, guys. We are all done. I'm going to stick around for maybe just like 10 minutes and answer some questions. And then I have a Zoom to hop on with some people who took advantage of a really cool offer that I ran about a month ago that won a special little mastermind session with me after this call. I'm going to hang out for just like 10 minutes, okay, and answer questions if people have questions about anything as far as this group goes, as far as how it works, or anything that I talked about, okay? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Glad you guys enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you learned. I hope you were inspired, but more than anything, I hope you were just ready to freaking go. Neighbors just heard your excitement. That's awesome. That's awesome. Good deal. Good deal. I'm glad, Tony. Thank you for that. Is the tracker already up to check in as of today? Nope. I will be adding it into the group this evening. I didn't want to add it in there and people looking at it like during the training because I wanted you to go through this first. As long as you're registered for this, which you obviously are, you at 5:00 p.m. Central Time, which is literally less than an hour away, you will be getting emailed a replay link. Okay. Can't find the link for the VIP ticket, but I know I received it earlier. Victoria, if you did the whole VIP thing and need the Zoom link, just shoot me a Facebook message. I'll check into my messenger, okay? Jamie, The Art of Recruiting runs every single month. You can purchase it at joshuacoates.com. How are you measuring our success and our advancement? If you're talking about the 2 people that are randomly getting chose as winners, I don't have a specific way that I'm going to measure it because I feel like it would be unfair to say I'm going to measure it based on rank advance or I'm going to measure it based on recruiting. What I'm going to do is just take a look on the last day of the group. I will ask for testimonials. Okay, I'm going to ask for testimonials as far as what you accomplished in your business this month. Okay. And based on those answers that I get, I will just personally choose 2 that I think are really, really awesome. Okay. How many invites and reach outs did Raina do daily? Crystal, I don't know, because I just stretch her and challenge her, but at the end of the day, she's still responsible for coming up with her own actual implementations. What if we do all our new convos in 2 days and invites the rest of the week? Well, then Stacy, you're about to change the way you do things, okay? What are the titles of our daily duties? The titles of our daily duties? You mean the questions I asked earlier? The titles of the daily duties. I'm assuming you're asking about in module 5, plan and priorities. Is that what you're asking about, Courtney? If so, the building mode was product of your product, connecting, which was going to be split up into posting and starting new convos, inviting, and personal development. But they'll all be in the tracker for you. Okay. Do invites count even if you don't get a response? Yes. No, they don't have to respond. Okay. You just have to send it. Most people won't respond. Okay, Courtney, I think I just answered your question. I think I just answered it. Product of your product, connecting, which is posting, starting new convos, inviting, and personal development. Or if you're in the expansion mode, there were a few more that were added to that. They will all be in the document that I upload into the group later, though. Okay. And by the way, the connecting, the posting, and the new convos will be 2 different things that you'll be checking off. Okay. Damn ghosts. Lots of ghosts. If you have any success at all, you will get used to having lots of ghosts. All right. Stephanie said follow-ups are key. And I did not include follow-ups on the daily check-ins. And there's a reason for that, is because I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. And while I do think follow-ups are important, I really, really do. I think it's a great thing to do. I have to be 100% honest and say, I never did follow-ups. I just messaged everyone on the planet until I got a yes. That's how I personally grew my business. When is officially day 1 to start the tracker? Carmen, tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the first day that counts, okay? Any tips for entrepreneurs building more than one business at a time? My tip for you, Tony, and you may not like this tip, but my tip is to pick one, because it is very, very, very hard to grow 2 things at once, okay? Unless you are incredibly focused. If you are incredibly focused and you want to try to do both at once, you take this exact check-in philosophy and you also apply this exact same philosophy to your other business. But you're going to have to be really intentional with your time and say, these are the hours I'm setting aside for Beachbody, or these are the hours I'm setting aside for my other business. Okay. I have to be honest though and say it's not highly recommended unless one of your businesses has already built up a lot of momentum and is profiting. And if that's the case, then start applying that expansion mode to the one that's taking off, or the one that's already got the momentum, whichever one that is. But I'd really, really, really never encourage people to try to grow 2 things at once. It's a tough thing. Doesn't mean you can't, okay? Doesn't mean you can't. If that's the thing you've decided to do and you're going to do, then just be intentional with your time. Set aside time for each of the 2 things, okay? All right, guys. Is this group free? No. I'm assuming you're someone who got a free spot, Sherry. This group is not free. It is $150 for each additional month that you do it. Okay. Let's see here. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off. I've got a special little VIP mastermind group to do for the people who took advantage of the deal and bought VIP tickets on that first day of my webinar. Not this one that I just did, but the one from a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so I'll be hopping off here. If you're going to be on that Zoom call, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, maybe just eat like a quick little snack. I'll be on the Zoom line in about 5 minutes. Okay. You guys are amazing. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Are there going to be any other calls? I will be going live in the group, probably kind of randomly on Mondays. Okay, Sherry, how did I get a free spot? I don't know. I'm assuming you won it from Raina's team challenge. I gave away some free spots for Raina's team, or you may have won it free on my webinar. Or if you're just in here and you're not one of those two things, then you probably shouldn't be in here. Someone may have shared the link with you, in which case I would ask you to please be honest and remove yourself from the group if you're not one of those two things, okay? Or if you bought a ticket to my event. If you bought a ticket to my event, you may be in here for free. Okay, I'm hopping off, guys. You are amazing. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I really am honored to be a part of your life, guys. I can't even tell you how excited I am to see the impact that this is going to have on your guys' life. I'm going to come up with a way to track and reward people who get serious results from this group over a span of months. People that quit their jobs, people that retire their spouses. Guys, I'm telling you, if you can just stick to this group month after month and commit to it, your life will never, ever, ever, ever be the same. Okay. This is the way I grew my business that second year, doing this exact thing. I just didn't have someone to create this environment for me. I had to create it for myself. Okay. You guys are awesome. I love you. And I will see you guys all soon. I will be going live in this group at least once a week, just to give some extra positive reinforcements. There will also be some daily check-ins as far as remind me what your vision was, remind me what your mission is. You will not be scored on those things. You will only be scored on the activity tracker. Okay? You're scared? I love it. I'm glad you're scared. Let's do this, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.